Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. My name is Finnick, joined on the desk today by the one and only Frank Nightstar Peng, known Sage One Trick, and the person who keeps me from bottom fragging in our Valorant games. I mean, I didn't say that at all. World-class finals tonight. World-class Blank on the blue side, world-class Rise on the red side. Is basically just a scram block. But there's money on the line and all that. Nightstar, how are we feeling?
I am feeling absolutely fantastic, Philip. As we're just going straight into it. So, the cool part is map number 1, we get Blank on blue and Rise on red. So, the alliteration makes sense. We're not going to be confused game number 1 at least. Especially you. I know you get easily confused. That's why I have to take the bottom frag role. Otherwise, you just don't know what's going on.
I mean, it's true. If I'm playing someone other than Phoenix, I just suck. It's a guarantee. I tried playing Sage once with Nightstar on the call, and he just laughed at me the entire game. It was great. Anyway, we're into the bans. Gangplank and Vladimir being banned away by World-Class Blank, World-Class Rise, banning away the Ornn and the Ashe. We've seen both these teams on the UJL stream throughout playoffs. Nightstar and I have casted, I think, 3 games between these two teams, or 3 matches between these two teams. World-Class Blank, basically, they just kept winning all the way through. They won a hard-fought 2-1 matchup versus EQ Light 2 weeks ago. Last week, World-Class Rise, who got knocked to the lower bracket in the first round of playoffs, made the run all the way to the lower finals, where they beat EQ Light once again 3-2. So both these teams were relatively even with the team that they beat to get into the finals. Same team. We'll see how even the matchup is tonight. I'm hoping for a 5-game series. What about you?
Well, sorry to burst your bubble. I don't see necessarily the whole 5 games, but there's certainly a lot of factors that could swing it into 5 games. I just think Blank, they've just shown so much more consistency throughout the playoffs and being able to just win in pretty convincing fashions that I do have them favored going into this final. However, because it's the fact that these two teams are sister teams, weird things can happen. Anytime you're playing a team that you're very comfortable to play against over and over again, strange things can happen in game.
Yeah, at the moment, we have Volibear, Senna, Wukong from World-Class Blank with the Hecarim, Kaisa, and Leona from Rise. Assuming that neither the Hecarim or Volibear is going into a solo lane, this is jungle and bot lane for both of these teams. Senna Wukong, I don't remember World-Class Blank playing this one. However, this is a pick that had fallen off in popularity and has kind of come back in this Plat Elo recently. Either Senna Wukong or Senna Set, but the Senna Wukong has been the more popular of the two, especially when you're up against the likes of a Leona. You're not going to get super punished for picking the double melee bot lane. So we'll see how well World-Class Blank plays this pickup. Second round of bans are very, very quick. We have the Maokai, Scion, Zillion, and Orianna being banned away. So solo lane bans abound for both these teams.
Yeah, and Senna Wukong was played in their upper bracket final by World-Class Blank against EQ Light. That was a dual lane that they did pivot into, as we do see the blinds pick Camille. Either that or they're really assuming that the Wukong or the Volibear will be going top, and does have fantastic matchups into the both of them. However, Wukong can still lane against Camille very early on if you take a level 1 trade and you win it. It definitely snowballs very well here, although it does look like they're going to try and deal with it by sending a Malphite into the top side. Although, again, you could technically just flex Malphite into the bottom lane, and that's just kind of the power of what Senna brings to the table.
Yeah, you have a lot of different options when you pick this. As your AD carry, he says, with his eyes rolled, you're fasting AD carry, as it were. Funnel strats are fun. Syndra being picked up by World-Class Blank, and the insta-lock Vel'Koz from Rise here. I do quite like Vel'Koz and Syndra. I think it is a matchup where Vel'Koz can avoid a lot of the essentially point-and-click CC of Syndra while ranging her. Meanwhile, I want to talk about this top lane matchup because Malphite into Camille is not a matchup I would typically take. I feel like there are other anti-bruiser counters that are stronger into Camille, such as the Karma. What are your thoughts on this matchup as we are getting into the in-game draft?
Yeah, so the Malphite Camille matchup is not, no, again, you mentioned it, you don't really like it. I also don't really like it because you really like to pick Malphite into matchups that are very auto attack reliant, and Camille isn't necessarily one of those champions because you kind of just queue in, and then you're just waiting for the true damage proc onto your queue, and that's the other half of your trade. And true damage means, well, all the armor that Malphite really enjoys building doesn't mean a thing to that champion. So Camille, she'll hit her 2 items and she should just be able to just steamroll through the Malphite very easily. Now, the Malphite pick is good against Vel'Koz because Vel'Koz, of course, is very vulnerable to just any hard engaged abilities because of the fact that he is very stationary. However, I do like how Ryze's composition is built around just being very mobile. However, I still like Blank's composition more.
See, I'm going to disagree with you. I like Ryze's composition a bit more. They have late game potential with the Kai'Sa and the Camille. They have relatively even mid lane matchup with this Vel'Koz, if not a Vel'Koz favored matchup. I like the Malphite pick, yes, can get access onto the Vel'Koz, but how are you going to be able to get the Kai'Sa out of this game, right? You have to get the Wukong in onto the Kai'Sa before she can pop the Killer Instinct, and I feel like that's one of those cases where getting in onto the Camille getting in onto the Kai'Sa versus a Leona and Camille as your peel is going to be very difficult. The onus of execution to me feels like it's on World Class Blank here, with both of these teams really kind of scaling into the late game, but Ryze I think scales harder.
Yeah, so my opinion on the compositions is that Blank get a lot more say in how they want to fight these fights because the Senna will be able to output damage from a consistent basis. The Syndra is just such a great punish pick here against the composition of Ryze. Yes, it's not great into the Vel'Koz. I definitely agree that. It can also struggle in some of these team fights because of the Vel'Koz ultimate. However, because you have Hecarim, Leona, Camille, these are all champions that I don't expect players to really hold themselves back on, and I do kind of expect these champions to go in more often than not.
Yeah, quite a bit of engage here from the World Class Blank composition, as you were saying. This Hecarim, though, I feel like you always have to pay attention. He's been rising up in popularity recently, especially in solo queue. I think he's currently the jungler with the highest win rate.
It's like 54%. It's really kind of absurd.
It's disgusting right now. And a lot of this has to deal with the fact that he's able to influence his lanes very effectively on that level 3, especially with the Hecarim buffs. His ganks are basically, you have no time to react, especially when you're... yeah, he's just like zooming at level 3, especially this Syndra lane. It's going to be very difficult to deal with the Hecarim ganks. Wukong and Senna have ways to escape them, as does the Malphite, technically, although Malphite really not until level 6. And I will say, Malphite is a decent pickup in a Hecarim. We haven't really talked about that, but if Hecarim goes zoomy, 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 and Malphite hits Q, then all of a sudden Hecarim is very slow and Malphite is very fast. So we do have to take a look at that on these ganks. Mid lane, I think, is going to be a volatile matchup, though, with this Hecarim in particular. So watch towards that with World Class Ryze. Meanwhile, this Volibear, I'm looking for him to probably gank towards the bottom side of the map. What about you?
Yeah, I really think that for Blank, this draft is mostly bot-centric because, again, you have the Malphite, but you also have a Volibear. So at level 6, the Volibear can really start off the dive. You can bring in the teleport coming in from Malphite as well to assist in that dive. And if your bot lane is also level 6, the Wukong Senna can just go in as well. So really, it's just about how Kaisa and Leona are able to deal with this. But I just haven't really felt the Kaisa vibes even when she started to come back into meta by some of these AD carries. It just doesn't seem to really be able to find her footing in a lot of these matchups. Again, this is a champion that needs to hit 3-4 items consistently before she really turns online. And right now, a lot of the AD carry spikes are around the 2 items.
Yeah, and 2-item spikes, I think, are going to be very important to watch out for with the Senna, as you did mention, or specifically the Wukong, I should say. The Senna's not going to get to 2 items until a bit later. That said, Kaisa typically likes being paired with Nautilus. This is a combination that we've seen time and time again in previous seasons. This season has been the particular support of choice for Kai'Sa's the world over. However, this Leona pickup had to get picked due to the Wukong, and while I think that makes the lane much more even, it does delay Kai'Sa's power spike quite a bit, as opposed to the kill pressure you'll typically get with a Wukong.
Yeah, that's true. However, time is ticking for us, so why don't you do the...
We're about to get in the game. We're about to get in the game. But before that, we're going to take a quick ad break. Brought to you by Sector 6 Apparel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the Upsurge Junior League on the Upsurge Esports Twitch channel.
Started with a vision. A vision of quality, a vision of uniformity.
We took the time to create something familiar yet refreshing. Something with a bit of change.
Designed to fit any brand's unique vision.
everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. World Class Blank on the blue side, World Class Rise on the red side. I'm Finnick, joined by Frank Nightstar Ping. And on the blue side, of course, I already mentioned it. World Class Blank as Ragus in the top lane, AM Trick in the jungle, Alex Carino in the mid lane, and Navy and Blue Caboose, or Cabise, in support. I don't know what the plural of Caboose is. You know?
That is true. However, over on the red side, we've got Rise, we've got Red Flame evolved in the top lane, Fish our friends in the jungle, Big Daddy Colton mid lane, and the Windshot duo in that bottom lane.
Yeah, shot on the Leona. Hopefully not gonna waste his tonight. Best of 5 winner gets bragging rights and they're checking out the prize pool.
And they get all org bragging rights, of course.
Yeah. We're the most world class of the world class teams. You know what else is world class? DQ Blizzards. We were talking about them during the break. Apparently
Big Daddy Colton got a Heath DQ Blizzard.
Oh yeah, we had a pause. It was literally just for Blizzards. Yeah. That's the only reason. Definitely wasn't a technical issue or anything of that nature. What's your favorite type of Blizzard, Nightstar? You asked me this, and I didn't hear from you.
I actually really like the Fudge one. Oddly enough, when I get Blizzards, I usually go like super duper sweet. Whereas my choice of ice cream, if I usually get ice cream, is actually not sweet at all. So it's kind of complete opposites as far as what I actually get. As far as Blizzards versus what I actually get in ice cream, which is kind of strange.
Understandable. It's all about the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, though, right? Because like you can get a Blizzard with chocolate soft serve, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. It's so good. So good. Chocolate and peanut butter.
I mean,
but also, can you get one of the Fudge Blizzards with Reese's Cups? Because that would actually be
I'm pretty sure you do add-ons. Like, you can throw in a bunch of extra stuff. I really love Oreo as well. Just in general. Anything Oreo is always good for me.
Have you ever tried Oreos dipped in peanut butter?
Can you dip in peanut butter? I've never had peanut butter that's like creamy enough that I can actually dip things in.
Yeah, great. Something I got from the Lindsay Lohan movie The Parent Trap when I was younger.
Okay. Although I do know that in Australia they have like some sort of peanut butter cafe that they have a peanut butter fountain.
Oh, that's amazing. Now, else is amazing. Speaking of peanut butter, Fluffernutter sandwiches, which were also a point of discussion over the break. As you see, as Ragus gets some good early trades in onto the Camille. This is one of the things you have to be careful about if you're playing into a Malphite, is that he does quite a bit of poke if he takes the Arcane Comet. However, as Ragus opting for a rune I personally dislike on Malphite, which is Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Grasp fan on Malphite as well. However, it does look like he's really making the most of it here, and the fact that he keeps going for a lot of these W trades. And if you're looking to do that, then you definitely win out on a lot of these trades, because you just have so much earlier damage in that 1v1. Of course, once the Camille gets her items, then it does start flipping on its head. However,
Hecarim, Flash taken out. Alphas Ragus back into the wall, gonna try to get the rest of the damage down. Smite and the first blood to Rain Flame evolved. Nice dive from Fish Our Friends as Ragus holding on to the Q for days, or just didn't have it when the Hecarim ganked there.
Yeah, so actually really nicely done there by that top lane duo of Fish and Red Flame. Just really punishing the Malphite positioning just super far ahead, and we could see another repeat gank up top since he did just teleport straight top. However, he does have his jungler waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Fisher Friends looking for a regank though.
Yep.
Red Flame Evolve gets a nice hook shot. Here comes Fisher Friends. AM Trick's also here. Gonna pop the W down. Fisher Friends knocks everyone out of it though. He's stunned up. He's gonna go down very low. He smites for health, but he stays alive just in time. AM Trick picks up the kill. Red Flame Evolve might be looking for more. Pops the W down on AM Trick. Gonna look for the hook shot. The flash is already there. W from his Ragus, and Ragus gets the kill. Oh no, a disaster top lane for World Class Rise on the regank.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to say that this second battle, huge win for the Blank duo because of the fact that there is no teleport onto the Camille. She's gonna have to walk all the way back. She's gonna miss this entire wave, Finnick. Look at that wave. That wave is fat.
That's like with the PH and like 5 A's. Like,
yeah, and a couple T's.
And quite a few T's. That said, as Ragus did back before he got the plate here, though, which kind of feels bad, but he was able to get the recall down, grabs 2 cloth armors and brown boots. So I'm going to guess he's going to go for the early Bramble Vest. That's really the only reason you go double cloth armor, as opposed to the... Typically, if I'm playing Malphite and Camille, I'll go for the boot start, or the Russian and Ninja Tabi start, just because it does help you against the true damage from her auto attacks. But I understand why you want to go with this start as well, as Camille should be going into the early Blade of the Ruined King here with the Vamp Sector for Spy.
Well, it probably is going to be the Ravenous Hydra, to be fair. Where you're going to be able to take a lot of these aggressive trades. You're going to lose out on the smaller trades, but being able to heal off of the wave, that pretty much fixes your trade issues. So the early sustain is really, really nice here. And for Ezregus, I mean, to explain the double cloth armor build, he's most likely going still into Ninja Tabi first. That would be definitely preferable, but does have the option again, as you mentioned, to go into Bramble Vest. Didn't quite have enough to finish it there, but certainly an item he would love to have as well, given how much sustain that the Camille will be building.
Yeah, tactical sweep plus Blade of the Ruined King. There's a lot of sustain onto a Camille. As pointed out by the chat and our producer here, Blue Caboose is currently 10 CS up on Wind as the support. However, you know, Wind has a 52 CS lead over Navy Caboose, so I think we're all right here. Jokes about fasting Senna aside, this is not a great lane for the Kaisa at the moment. Shot should be playing a little bit more aggressively versus the Wukong if he takes these types of trades with the Zenith Blade. But we haven't really seen too much aggression from either of these teams' bot, and thus Blue Caboose has been able to zone the Kaisa off of the waves pretty effectively.
Yeah, and for this bottom lane, you're looking at the Senna Leona being a really good match against the Wukong because they bring a lot of magic damage into these fights, and that's the one thing that Wukong doesn't deal well with. It is just that extra magic damage, which this lane definitely has a lot of. However, what it doesn't have is sustain, which Senna provides a lot of. So that's kind of why they're playing very reserved, and especially since the Wukong is level 6 in this lane, it just makes it that much harder for them to actually look for fights until they just hit 6 now themselves.
Yeah, just beautiful wave control as well from Blue Caboose, freezing it in front of their tower for so long. Like, Leona can't go in for a Zenith Blade if it's frozen under tower, and that is just what it is right now. World Class Blank, only 600 gold up, though, at the moment. There are some CS leads breaking up in the mid lane as well. We see the Syndra actually with a 20 CS lead over Big Daddy Golden on the Vel'Koz. Not something I would typically expect to see in this lane, as we see as Ragus going onto Red Flame Evolved in the top lane. We'll be able to get a magic damage shield as we pause the Hextech Ultimatum, hook shot out of the way. So ult for ult top side, but that should be Red Flame Evolved taking the back here and TPing into lane once that is available. Should be, I think, like 10 seconds left on TP, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
It's 15 seconds actually. So, but because Ezreal doesn't have a whole lot of mana left available, he's actually just going to go ahead back right here, which allows Red Flame Evolve to stick around for this wave. However, will certainly need to look for that recall. And Ezreal, he has himself the Bramble Vest and the Ninja Tabby now completed. So this is where trades start to look pretty solid for the Malphite, and that's probably the last time it gets to be this good.
Yeah, that said, right, both of these bot side lanes currently 20 CS up at the moment or thereabouts for World Class Blank. Not something I would expect in either of these matchups, but you know, just player difference at this point, I guess. On top of that, Fisher Friends has not reganked since the top lane fight earlier. As you see, Alex Carino actually TPing into the bot side. They want to force down this tower, or the first couple plates for it, as Wind recalls bot.
Yeah, and I mean, the teleport coming in from Alex Carino really just to... he's already gone back to buy, and didn't feel the need that he would need to teleport straight back mid right away. So comes down, teleports to bot lane to see if an opportunity arises. Nothing ends up passing, so just walks back mid. Nothing gained, but nothing really lost from that play from Alex Carino.
Meanwhile, AM Trick just takes the Rift Herald uncontested in the top side of the map, and I feel like a lot of this right now just has to do... Fisher Friends has been playing so cautiously since that regank top side. I feel like that's kind of the opposite of what you need to do in this scenario as the Hecarim. And this is just letting World Class Blank run away with the game at the moment. They are able to trade back the Infernal Dragon, as it will be a Mountain Soul, which does favor World Class Blank a bit more, I think, than World Class Rise, just due to the lack of late game scaling that they really have on their carries. But we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly nice on both. For the side of Blank, it's really good because their team is really focused around bruisers. So you get some extra resistances. It also gives you a lot more effective health because you have the Senna to give you even more heals and shields. So each extra point of resistance is going to be that much more valuable for them. On the flip side, the resistances will allow this backline to not get blown up.
Cyclone Wind gets taken down so low, and he falls super quickly. Shot to get dunked on as he pops a solar flare here. He'll be able to get out of the way, but still, nice dive from AM Trick in the bot side of the map. As you see, as Ragas popped the ultimate, Red Flame Evolved though with the hook shot, and trying to make his way out as he is slowed up by the Q flash out of the way. And this is just disastrous for World Class Rise. They lose first tower pre-14 to this Rift Herald bot. World Class Blank is just putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, and it really is just them really abusing their lane advantages here as Fish. He's going to go top. He's going to throw out some damage.
Red Flame Evolved with the hook shot into the tactical sweep. Fish are friends. Should be able to get the kill onto his Ragus. And there's the Hextech Ultimatum to finish it off. Red Flame Evolved picks up the kill. They are able to trade something back, but it really is going to be difficult. They're 3k down at this 14-minute mark, and World Class Blank are just in a much better position going into the mid-game.
Yeah, and they actually had to expend a whole lot of tools to force that play up topside, because they used both ultimates, they used the Ghost, they used the teleport as well, and that's just a lot of things just to kill one Malphite who's still doing just fine for himself. And now they're going to get the early rotation. Blue Caboose, yes, he's not exactly there with the levels against that Camille, but The item-wise, actually further ahead than that Soul Lane Camille.
A lot of this has to do with the fact that he actually started Phage for his Triforce. Camille opting for the Sheen. It's fine against the Malphite, but at the moment, just like, Wukong's gonna outspeed you when he gets the Phage procs, and the fact that you, as the Camille, are gonna go Vamp Scepter into Triforce, I feel like is a little bit more like game-centric, which is fine. But at the same time, you're losing a lot of the early power that Bork gives you. Meanwhile, Wynn's just getting yeeted by Azragus in the bot lane. Might be able to kite this one out, but Azragus has the Q and actually picks it up with the E. Whew.
Just slaps the ground, and gone goes the Kai'Sa. And this is another reason why I just don't like Kai'Sa at the moment. Because of a lot of the lanes that play into her just have more range right now. As we get to see.
Oh, this should be Alex Torino's kill. He presses R, flash forward, and Alex Torino picks it up with the audio attack. You know what? Red Flame Evolved grouped up by the Senna should be able to get back under tower. Yeah, this is clinical. Like, honestly, based on how both these teams played against the same team, I thought this was going to be a bit more back and forth. But this first game right now, World Class Esports are just, or I should say World Class Blank are showing that they didn't sleep last week. They did their homework, and they are running away with this game right now.
Yeah, and right now, Alex Carino also showing that in the 1v1, Syndra definitely going to be able to body that Vel'Koz. And this Vel'Koz pick, again, much more team fight oriented, and because of the fact that there just hasn't been a whole lot of team fights right now, there hasn't been any group 5 mentality coming out from this World Class Rise team so far. It's really hampered his power curve, and I mean, it's reflected in the CS. There's almost a 50 CS difference in that mid lane. We also saw it even during the EQ Light series that Big Daddy Colton does struggle a little bit when it comes to laning with the Vel'Koz, and it's really about these team fights that he actually gets to exhibit what he can do on this champion.
Now, something that might be a bit of a question mark for me is we see the Triforce coming out for Fisher Friends before the completed Cinder Hulk, which I think is fine in most matchups, but when you're up against the tanks like this, I feel like Black Cleaver is better, but Red Flame Evolved now. We go on an AM trick, Kai'Sa diving back in, but there's the dunk to get out from the Volibear.
Yeah, and they're also going to have the Senna heal to try and reset this fight if they want to continue to look to poke around for this Mountain Dragon.
Oh no, shot should go down! He stays alive! Life from Disintegration rated. Zone off World Class Blank. Keep looking to zone off the fight. World Class Rise. Whoa! They get some damage down. Here comes the Hecarim into the backline alongside the Solar Flares. Ragus gets a shot as the Hecarim falls. Blue Caboose gets another one, and that's gonna be 3-0 on the Dragon going over to World Class Blank.
And an absolute disaster for the Rise squad, as it was just such a split call. You had Fish, our friends, looking for that engage, but he's engaging into this back line who are just so sturdy. And on the flip side, there's really no one to help him. You could pull in the Kai'Sa ultimate to jump into the back, but when they haven't been burning a whole lot of cooldowns, and this is only a one item Kai'Sa, you just cannot use your ultimate like that, and as a result, it's just the front line just evaporates for the side of Rise, and Blank, they just say thank you very much. They take everything on the map.
Yeah, I guess this second Rift Herald as well. That said, as I was kind of starting to talk about before the fight, you have this bruiser-oriented comp with 2 hard tanks from World Class Blank. Why is neither of the bruisers from World Class Rise building Black Cleaver?
Well, I mean, Black Cleaver, not, I'm gonna say it's not very useful here because you have a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa still going to be outputting a majority of her damage as magic damage, and then you're looking at the Camille, who does a lot of true damage, and that's probably about 60% of her kit. So yes, the Black Cleaver would help, on her regular auto attacks, but because of how much her kit is oriented around the ultimate, which gives you percent health damage, and also her true damage on her Q, I don't actually think it's that great in this situation. However, the bigger thing was the fact, honestly, that Fish Are Friends doesn't have tier 2 boots, which is pretty much half of Hecarim's kit.
Yeah. That's kind of a feels bad. And once again, like, I wasn't asked, because you're the color, you know everything. Meanwhile, Zonk's on a red flame involved. He hook shots out, but he's still stunned up. Gonna try to make his way out of the fight through the flash, and he will. But yeah, no, I'm a village idiot. I was just asking, you know, why not the Black Cleaver? Because my inherent instinct is, oh, you have two armor people, or two people who are stacking armor on world class blank. Why isn't Hecarim playing Black Cleaver? But you explained it fairly well. Or very well, I should say. Alex Freno might be in a bit of trouble here as Turret falls in the bot lane. Alex Freno falls into the second proc of the Wukong ulti as they try to find their way on the shot. Meanwhile, Fish Are Friends trying to get Navy Caboose out of the fight, but he's in a bit of trouble. Solar Flare lands. They're going to try to get the damage through with the Cathian Ray, but it's not enough. Shot taken out super low. He will fall. Wind diving into the backline of Cathian Ray, but he's still not able to get the kill. Camille gets a kill off the hack of the X-Hack ultimatum, though, as Red Flame evolved. Tries to find his way on a Navy Caboose, diving back in with a hook shot, and that's going to be the stun, the triple kill for the Wukong, and the ace for World Class Blank.
And World Class Blank, they find another fight. Yes, finally the Hecarim is able to get onto that back line and kill that Syndra, but I mean, it wasn't really much of a team fight to have actually set up. So Syndra gets popped very early on, but the rest of the team not quite there fast enough from the side of Rise, whereas for Blank, these meatballs are just going to work, man. These meatballs are just absolutely terrifying because they have the Senna. And I think moving forward, Rise really have to pay attention to that Senna pick, whether or not they go for a much more aggressive bot lane to deal with the Senna pick, or they just straight up ban that champion away, because it's just enabling so much of their draft composition to really come to life.
Yeah. And I was saying before this game, I feel at the time I was like, oh, World Class Rise is the better draft here, but I have been proven wrong 100% here. Yeah, World Class Blank has just been playing so well and has not let World Class Rise take a straight back-to-back or front-to-back team fight at all. The skirmishes do favor this comp. World Class Blank executing very, very well at the moment. As we see, Red Flame Evolved just losing on trades to his Ragus. Shot is here. As his Fish Are Friends.
Yeah, and honestly, he just really needs that Hydra to actually start winning these fights, because you see, he just doesn't heal enough off of the wave.
Red Flame Evolved, gonna go ahead and stop the Unstoppable Force with the use of the Hextech Ultimatum into the Solar Flares. Ragus should fall here, but the flash out of the way. Hecarim Ultimate to seal the deal as the shutdown lands for Red Flame Evolved. That's one kill, one tower, but the rotations might come through for World Class Blank regardless.
Yeah, as we are going to see the Wukong just solo out the dragon. He's going to be secure for himself. That's going to be a second dragon, or second mountain dragon for the side of World Class Blank, and that just makes this Malphite even harder to deal with. He has that extra 12% or not damage amp, but
it is damage amp. His ability to scale with armor.
His resistance amp is going to amplify his damage, and right now he's just so strong with his items. And now that Red Flame finally has that Ravenous Hydra, maybe the matchup flips a little bit, but you just can't account for the other differences across the map.
I mean, this one is purely on World Class Blank to finish it out, right? Like, if they have trouble closing, yes, this game goes late. Kaisa can actually deal with a lot of what World Class Blank brings. But, you know, one more Drake spawns in 4 minutes. They grab that, they push him for the win. World Class Blank just really need to, you know, buckle down and end the game. Uh,
Yeah, it's
tall order
just so,
in gold, not so much in flat.
it's so hard right now for them to finish.
Oh, nice dive.
Ooh, okay. Very good kill. And
Yeah, that's why
Red
you
Flame,
don't solo lane the Syndra against the Camille, by the way.
yeah, he thought he could take the fight. And honestly, if he played that a little bit better, he certainly could have, because he just has a ton of damage at the moment. But he misplays, throws out the R a little bit willy-nilly.
Oh,
and
Unstoppable
ends
Force.
up
Rift
missing out.
involved. Gets the turret. W back in. Gonna try to find a way to get out of the fight with a hook shot. But there's so much
Minions.
damage. Heals up off the minion. Here comes the Sentinel ulti. Oh, the flash, but he's not able to stay alive. No, as Ragus with the Q. He flashes over one wall, but not the one he wanted to flash over.
Yeah, that was an
Damn trick.
unfortunate play. And
Stun on a shot right back into the Cyclone. Solar Flare down, but I don't think it'll be enough. Shot falls. Navy Caboose picks up his second kill of the game. 2-0-8 on the Senna, 6-0-3 on the Wukong, and I'm gonna complain about funnel strats once again. How do you get 2 carries bot lane? Why is this a thing?
well, you know
Rocket.
what else is the thing?
200 years.
93 stacks onto Senna.
200 years, Riot.
It's only 26 minutes into the game, and you're almost getting 4 stacks a minute onto your Senna pick. This Senna pick is so ginormous. Once he gets that extra 7
That's
stacks,
evolved.
the range is
Blank out, back
absolutely
ultimate, but he's stunned up by the Syndra. Maybe Caboose and Amtrick. Flash forward, stun, right back into the dog. Here comes that ultimatum to dodge out the damage, but he still falls. Blue Caboose picks up the kill. Oh no, the Unstoppable Force on to 2. Double kill, gets onto the Kaisa. Goodbye. World Class Blank might be able to just end the game right here.
Yeah, it is 35 seconds on to both the top and AD carry, so they certainly have enough time to just start breaking a lot of the base. They're going to go into that mid lane, take that inhib. They're also going to take the bot inhib, and most likely it will turn into a reset here, because there is only 90 seconds until that next dragon is available, and that's the real prize on the map, Philip.
Yeah, it's a Finnick on stream.
Oh.
I'll have you know.
All right.
Because I don't go by Philip Finnick Nickerson, because that would be kind of redundant. You feel?
You know,
You feel?
I'm feeling this game could be over. That's what I'm feeling.
I feel you too. I feel you as well.
Yeah, we might need another blizzard coming the way of World Class Rise, because they really need that sugar boost. It's been a bit of a flat opening game from them, and I kind of have to harp on this Kaisa pick just a little bit more. Yes, Wind loves this pick, but is that the pick that's really going to pay off here? And the answer so far has been no. Yes, this composition is going to work really well once they hit those 3-4 items, because they do a lot of damage. But when you're banking on not a 20-minute power spike, but like a 30-35 minute power spike, that's just way too much. That's way too long in the game.
That's why you typically put Nautilus, right? Like, Leona just doesn't have the same type of aggression against, especially against the spot line. We see Red Flame Evolve just get yeeted by his Ragus' ulti, by the way. The man has no AP, by the way. This is just full armor. Flash, but Hextech Ultimatum will not stop the kill from going over. See, Oxcarina, 2-man stun. Solar Flare gonna be a swing and a miss as Blue Caboose finds his way on a shot. Here comes Fisher Friends, though.
So tanky.
Navy Caboose for the dong. The tank! AM Trick! Tries to find his way to Fisher Friends, but he will ult out.
Yeah, and this world-class blank roster right now, because of that extra resistances that they're getting from on the Mountain Soul and Mountain Dragons, it's just so difficult to actually punch through this lineup. And
This
really...
makes me feel happy as a Malphite player, but at the same time, just like I'm sad. You know.
I really like this because it means that yeah, the Syndra pick is really good.
Oh.
Yes, it's okay, all right.
Life from Disintegration Ray Steal? Okay.
All right. He had his eye on the prize. He had his eye on the prize, Finnick. Get
That's
it?
true.
Get it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I get it.
Yeah.
It's a 4-man Baron buff. They'll be able to delay the game, at least, until the Elder Dragon spawns.
It's a decent delay. It's not going to change the scope of the game too much because fights still go in favor of the side of World Class Blank. So right now it's really about just trying to farm up. Maybe they get that extra item onto their carries. That would be huge for this next team fight, which again is coming in 4 minutes onto that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, Nashor's Tooth on the table for wins. Is able to get that, like, there is a chance, right? Like, your 3-item power spike on Kai'Sa is very strong, and she is still, despite everything, only half an item behind on Blue Caboose. Not something you typically, think about with a 3,000 gold deficit, but just because you're going Death Stance, Triforce, GA, like,
Wow.
Yep. It's, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I believe, yes, that is indeed what the meme goes. And here we'll see as he just comes. That's a huge ice field, by the way.
Flash out of the way, but here comes Shot. Man! Oh, yeah. Iceborne Gauntlet is dumb. Like, I will say this as a Malphite player. Like, Malphite does dumb amounts of damage for someone who only builds armor. Right Flame Evolved, though. Gets stunned on the Amtrick through the hook shot. Gonna be in trouble, though, as the dot comes in. The Donk. Right Flame Evolved, stunned up. Life from Disintegration Ray, but he's knocked up by the Wukong. Amtrick is low, but he won't go down as Blue Caboose gets the second proc of the Cyclone. Goes legendary, killing the Camille. Alex Carino gets the kill in a shot in the meanwhile. Fisher Friends, though, from final sign of Blue Caboose, not gonna get stunned up on the Syndra. Pops a stopwatch, but his team is nowhere nearby. That's just gonna buy some time, and Alex Carino picks up the kill. They can go for the end without picking up the Elder.
Yeah, this should just be sort of the end of the game here. Just not enough mana or not enough wave clear coming in from this Vel'Koz. Yes, they do have Baron empowered minions to try and slow down the push, but it is still going to come in. So we'll see if they end up just pulling the trigger to finish the game. Of course, if they find a kill onto either the Vel'Koz or Kai'Sa, that would certainly prompt them to end the game, but without a kill onto either of those, they are just going to go for the safer play, go for the reset, and look to set up any sort of play and break open their chances of taking this Elder Dragon in 90 seconds.
I mean, 6 super minions I feel like is enough, right? Like, you don't have much wave clear on the side of World Class Rise outside of the Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa doesn't even have Ruron's Hurricane. She went directly into the Nashor's Tooth. So her wave clear isn't all that great right now with the Agathian Rain. No extra bolts coming out into that one. I feel like this should just be World Class Blank taking the Dragon, unless we can get another steal from the likes of Big Daddy Colton.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a lot harder to steal Dragon on the red side just because of how the terrain is shaped here. Not going to be able to really hide in the tri-bush unless he gets some really strange pathing. As yeah, for the most part, it is just going to be Rise stuck in their base, farming out a lot of these minions. Yes, they're getting a lot of extra gold that they're now able to kind of catch up on, but you're not getting a whole lot of value out of your split push Camille, because she can't split push, and everyone is just stuck at home.
Alex Torino finds Fisher Friends. Will be able to make his way out.
He's out in a strange spot. He's out sightseeing.
I mean, it is a hack room. 15 seconds on the Elder Dragon. Fisher Friends should be able to make his way down bot, you know, because he is hack room, but I don't know if they're even going to be able to try to contest this.
Yeah, it really just comes down to a one-man steal opportunity here as Colton gets low.
Shot stunned up. Solar Flare gets onto one, but he will still fall very low. The Flash, the Cyclone, Navy Caboose is on a killing spree as the Lifeform Disintegration does absolutely nothing. Big Daddy Colton trying to kite out of the fight, but Alex Carino already gets him with the ulti. Win now gonna try to stay alive at the time being. Hops the shield off of the ulti. That should be it. That's gonna be game. Fisher Friends is around, but he's not enough wave clear for this. And World Class Blank go up in the series 1-0.
A very, very clean, clinical execution coming out from World Class Blank as they... that's as good as it gets for a Game 1 opening in a series, Finnick.
Yeah, just really, really well done from World Class Blank. That, as you said, clinical, calm, cool, collected, clinical. 4 Cs instead of just 3. You know, a lot of this I feel comes off the back of Azragus and Blue Caboose in particular. Like, this Malphite just shut down the Camille pick. We were criticizing the Malphite pick earlier into the Camille, but lo and behold, I was wrong. You know?
I was definitely another one of those people right on the desk here agreeing with you. Because I didn't think that in the 1v1 matchup it should have gone that way. But a couple of mismanaged waves, really nice aggressive trades coming out from Malphite really just paid off big dividends. And I have to also shout out to the Senna pick because those heals were incredible. Healed for, let's see here. What was the heals? Healed for 11k damage.
Yeah, disgusting. Final strats need to be removed from the game, especially when you have 2 carries bot lane that just, you know, have different ways of scaling and, you know, 200 years.
Most damage dealt by Malphite, by the way.
Yeah, that is tank Malphite for you. I will say, as a Malphite player, like, if you carry a game as Malphite,
he gave him the claps.
It's a thing. It's a thing. Because your E scales on armor, you know? This gives you the damage. We'll be right back after the break, though. For game number 2, World Class Rise, taking a reset. Got to get ready to go for the second game. Hopefully they have a plan going into it to make this one a series. But before then, going to take a break. We'll be right back. More of the Upsurge Junior League after this.
Change your mind, and I know it's me that followed you in blind. I could say that you didn't need, but you wanted me. Maybe I was wrong, even want wasn't anything. So if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my breath. Free me from the light. if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my If we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me back to life. If we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me back to life. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. My name is Finnick, joined on the desk today by Frank Nightstar Peng, and we're getting ready to go. Game number 2, World Class Rise versus World Class Blank. Draft starting in just a minute here. How are we feeling going into the second game of the night?
Well, I think coming into game number 2, we really need to see World Class rise up to the occasion, because in game number 1 they were very, very flat, and we see the immediate adaptation in the fact that they just said no more Senna, please, no more of that. And Senna's gone.
Yep, no Senna. Just like, we ain't dealing with that. Not now. Not ever. No Senna. No Wukong, you feel. Although Wukong hasn't been banned, probably not going to get picked here anyway. Vladimir, GP, and Caitlyn going to be banned away by World Class Blank here. Lots of focus towards that top lane, as Red Flame Evolved has played very well on that GP in the past throughout the Upsurge Junior League. So I do definitely look forward to the pick of the GP if we ever see that this time around.
Mm-hmm. However, Rise will go for the first pick, Graves. First pick, Graves has slowly started to fall out of favor lately because of the fact that there are a lot of compositions that really play around his range very well at the moment. But we're going to see Fish Our Friends put on a more comfortable pick for himself here, which I think could be something that is key to their success, because a lot of what they do revolves around Fish Our Friends creating plays for them and then being able to snowball those lane advantages for themselves after he gets them going. However, on the side of Blank, it looks like they're going to lock in the Thresh and Volibear in response.
Yeah, nothing too insane for World Class Blank. We saw the Volibear work very well last game. The Thresh is definitely a support that is in the wheelhouse of Blue Caboose, and so we'll see. Immediate Morgana counterpick here. Caitlyn has been banned away, but you know there are other AD carries to go with that pick. As we continue in the draft, it will be the Ezreal.
Yeah, Morgana Ezreal, a very interesting lane here. If it does indeed go bot lane with that Morgana, although it could go into that mid lane for Colton as well. He has, I don't think he's played it, but it plays very similarly to how Vel'Koz does play the lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to pick that up himself. And Blank, all right. So showing a little spice there, showing a little some flex here. As they go ahead, lock themselves in the Kai'Sa. So we're going to see a Kai'Sa Thresh lane. Certainly a different flair from what we traditionally see in the Kai'Sa Nautilus or the Kai'Sa Leona that we saw in game number 1, but still has some of those same engage potentials in lane.
Yeah, Malphite being gone away by World Class Rise makes a lot of sense. The Galio ban, to me, from World Class Blank means that they probably want to blind an AP Assassin here. For the mid lane, it's not typically something that you ban away on red side unless you're saving counterpick for top side. So we'll see how they want to play this one out. With the Malphite being banned away here, I expect something like an Akali ban from Rise or LeBlanc or what have you, just to make sure that the mid lane matchup is a little bit more favored. Instead, it will be the Maokai ban, so looking more towards that top side of the map at the moment.
Yeah, just taking away some of those hyper scaling tanks here to make sure that, they're actually able to kill people in these team fights. I don't know what that means as far as what they want to run in that top side. It could just be the Camille run back here, as we do see Sion get locked in for Blank.
Sion.
Yeah.
Why ban Galio if you're gonna blind pick top lane? That's my question. You're not going to blind pick Galio for World Class Rise. Obviously, like, they know the players a little bit better than we do. Like, we've seen Galio being played before quite constantly, but he's not really a blind pick, so I feel like you could have banned something else there. Hecarim being played once again by World Class Rise, though, so that will be Hecarim top and the Orianna mid. Very safe pick, as we see the Ziggs being hovered and locked in. This is a really good matchup for Ziggs. Okay.
Really, just no questions asked. Just Ziggs instantly locked in here. It does seem like they've really prepared this pick in response to the Orianna, because once the Orianna pick showed up, they were very, very quick on the uptake to lock in that Ziggs pick. And the Hecarim Sion matchup is going to be very interesting because of the fact that Hecarim should have a relatively good time in this top lane. But we also said that about the first top lane matchup last game, and it didn't go the way that we expected. So we need to see Red Flame really, really perform in lane on this Hecarim and not really be dependent on the Graves. However, in this game, we could see Graves get a little bit more action here. I would love to see him run the Ignite and just run Smite Ignite and be super aggro. I think that would be a really cool adaptation here because of the ability to just try and skirmish with the Volibear and create these skirmish scenarios where they're going to be advantaged because of the Ignite Summoner, but we'll see how it actually plays out.
We will see. We're into the end game draft. I think so. Hecarim Sion. I mean, Hecarim solo lane. I don't think I've seen that since, like, I guess like Huni made that pick like his kind of cheese pick or his pocket pick top lane back in season 6, and like it has been used a bit in various elos here and there. I'm not sure about the matchup on the Sion, though. Like, it should be Hecarim favored, but at the same time, like, the Hecarim bus really made his jungle pathing very good. And unless you're going to be able to rotate mid lane after shoving Sion in, I just don't see the Hecarim really getting off the ground, per se, outside of a split push scenario, which I think World Class Blank wants.
Yeah, for Rise, I think the Hecarim pick should be able to scale relatively easily in this lane. It's just a matter of what he can do afterwards. And Yeah, that will be the pick to watch when it comes to these team fights because of the fact that all the rest of his team really just want to sit back and do damage. And Hecarim's really the only one that's going to be charging forward. And because of how his kit works, he could be just way too far ahead in a lot of these fights before his team's actually able to catch up. And he ends up just giving his life away at the start of quote-unquote team fights.
I mean, quote-unquote team fights, I think is right. World Class Blank doesn't want to take any with this comp. They have Scion and Ziggs, both of whom are going to be wanting to split push in that side lane. Ziggs, of course, can be useful in team fights, but you really just want him to have the turret pressure while the Kai'Sa farms up in the 3 position of your 1-3-1. And World Class Rise doesn't really have a good way to respond to a split push. They have Hecarim, who's all right into the Scion, but they don't have a way to answer to the Ziggs in the side lane here. And I'm really concerned about World Class Rise's draft here. Just off the back of they have no way to respond to the Ziggs. Who will just split push after 15 minutes and take every tower.
Yeah, the Ziggs definitely is able to just slam a lot of these towers. We'll have to see how he ends up playing it once we get out of the lane phase. Usually you would look at the Ziggs pick as depending on the composition. On the flip side, he can be a very strong team fighter because of how his ultimate works. If you're up against very stationary carries, the ultimate is just so punishing. But that's not really the case here because you have an Ezreal, you also have the Morgana Black Shield, you have the Orianna Shield. So it's a backline that's very hard to punish with the Ziggs ultimate.
Yeah, especially... as you said, there's just so much shielding. Morgana is able to actually shield the Ziggs ulti as well. Onto the Ezreal, you have Command Protect from the Orianna. That said, right, team fights are gonna be more skirmishy. You have a Hecarim who has the ability to backline dive, but you really just don't have a front line from sort of World Class Rise, so you're gonna look for flanks on the Graves. And the Orianna to find some sort of weird I say some sort of weird ultimate, some sort of ulti onto the Ziggs Kai'Sa. But at the same time, like, World Class Blank, I feel like just has a stronger team fight and a stronger split push. You have Sion and Volibear who are going to be able to keep the Hecarim and the Graves out of the fight just completely. And then the Thresh should be able to get some good engages onto the Ezreal, provided the Morgana has already wasted Black Shield, or able to go onto the Ezreal, Black Shield gets popped, and then onto the Orianna, right? So, I feel like this draft from Rise is a bit suspect.
Well, so contrary to what you said, in my opinion, I think the Rise teamfight composition is going to be stronger because of the fact that you have a lot of these go buttons in the Sion Volibear, and also the Kai'Sa Thresh, right? So they kind of can dictate when fights happen, which I think is really good in skirmish scenarios. However, in a teamfight scenario, when you're running into things like the Orianna ultimates, you can get hard punished by the Hecarim ultimates if you overextend yourselves like that. And then, of course, blue build Ezreal, and then Morgana. It becomes very, very frustrating to initiate onto this composition. So I think for Blank to really win out on these fights, it comes down to finding the smaller skirmishes and then snowballing that into odd man teamfight forces afterwards. But straight up 5v5, it could be a bit of a struggle to actually have that payoff.
We shall see, though. I mean, despite the lack of a front line, you always have the Sombrero to worry about with the Orianna. And as you said, like, the Orianna ulti is very big in team fights. Hecarim ulti, very big in team fights. And if the Ziggs and Kai'Sa get caught out, that can be an issue for World Class Blank. But once again, like, they drafted a very nice split push with the Ziggs and the Scion, and there is no response to the Ziggs lane from Rise. We will see how that plays out. But first, a word from our sponsor. This time around, it is none other than Kono Keyboard. If you are looking to take your game to the next level, it all starts with your peripherals. From keyboards to keycaps, mice, and more, our friends at Kono have got you covered. Kono works with the world's best designers, inventors, and makers to bring you some of the best gaming peripherals around. Kono have been huge supporters of us here at Upsurge and have made generous contributions to our prize pools. If you need to find a new keyboard, check out the Hexgears X-Tech 1 RGB low profile Bluetooth mechanical keyboard. You can use the discount code UpsurgeGG for 7% off your first order. For more information, head on over to kono.store to check out all they have to offer. That's KONO.store. Kono, discover amazing products. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals between World Class Rise and World Class Blank. I'm Finnick, joined on the desk today by Frank Nightstar Pang. We're getting ready to go. Game number 2.
Yep, we are going straight into game number 2. We'll see if there are, well, I mean, it does look like already. Rise, they're setting up for some level 1 shenanigans. And we'll see who they end up finding.
Ain't no shenanigans like a level 1 shenanigans.
Oh,
Now that's not an award. They're out of there.
okay. Unfortunate.
That's a fat F right there. Fat F to pay respects.
They still are kind of poking around, seeing what they can possibly get, but it does look like a bit of a reset. And it also looks like that Graves is going to be starting up topside. As your guess, this is the classic level 1 cheese that you do with a Scion top lane, is you just set up for this level 1, you see if you can burn a summoner, at best, maybe you get a kill, and then you use the teleport to go straight back top. It's because there's just so much level 1 damage on that Scion Q that it really just easily translates into a kill or more.
Yeah, especially in a counter invade setup. Like,
Here we go.
You just gotta be careful. Scion Q onto the Morgana, gets it. Gonna get the play back, and first blood goes over to Blue Caboose. That's CP topside. Yeah, just as you were saying, the Scion cheese, the cheesiest of cheddar, the goodest of Gouda.
Yeah, exactly.
The Montereyest of Jack.
I like that one. I do like that one. However, one of the things you will, of course, also notice is the fact that now Scion doesn't have a teleport. So if Hecarim can find positive trades in this lane, that's a huge win for him because he's the one with Ignite. He also still has teleports, and this could definitely snowball his lane for himself, which is really great for Red Flame Evolved, who did struggle quite a bit in game number 1.
Yeah, Blue Caboose, though, he's going to be very happy getting that early kill in the Morgana, because that delays her level 2. She's not going to have Black Shield up. Now she has Black Shield up, but just, you know, Morgana typically favored into the Thresh lane, but with this early kill going over, this can be very, very scary for Shot and Wind here. As this Ragus gets Q under tower, onto Red Flame Evolves. Wind's down to 100 health bot side as well.
Yeah, already a very fun start for this bottom lane, as they're just getting bullied very heavily. They're going to lose a decent chunk, and they might lose more of this wave, possibly, but it does look like so far it's been okay.
Not even needing the Demolish proc to kill that, by the way. Or to get the plate.
Yeah. So, Ezreal's going to go ahead, queue up the recall. He has enough for a cull and refillable if he decides to wait long enough, but decides to just go ahead and grab himself the regular potion instead. And this is an okay back timing for the Ezreal. It's just a matter of it doesn't exactly change how much not fun he's having.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the tier, though, as he does up into the call. We did say that. But just not getting the early tier kind of feels bad. Or the tier on your TP back on the Ezreal feels kind of bad. But you're in this to scale. You technically outscale the Kai'Sa. The only person you really have to worry about as far as Ezreal skilling goes, once again, is the Ziggs. And to an extent, the Scion. So you have time. It's just whether or not you can make the time, or whether or not you can actually reach that point on the Ezreal.
Yeah, so one of the things I'm a little bit surprised by is the fact that Shot did go for the Ignite onto the Morgana. Usually when you go into a Kai'Sa lane, you should be looking at it take up Exhaust. either onto your support or even onto your Ezreal, since the reason why you take Kai'Sa into Ezreal is because Ezreal just doesn't have any really mechanical plays that he can do to outplay the Kai'Sa, just ulting onto his face.
Zaragus, Q under tower, is ignited up, should go down.
Yep.
Red Flame Evolved just dove into the minions, didn't care, and killed them.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things as the Hecarim, right? Because when you press W, you heal a whole lot, and the healing comes a lot faster when you do have minions.
Yep. Shot over the Dark Binding, can't find it. At the moment, a lot more down tempo than the start of the first game. Both these teams really kind of looking towards the level 6 spikes, kinda. Obviously, the unstoppable onslaught on Scion is a very big power spike for him, as we see the Volibear grab the dragon solo. It's a level down on Fisher Friends, but still going to take the 2v2. Am Trick down to about 2/3 health. Down a half, will end up going under towers. Alex Carino in a 2v1 scenario. Has the bomb available. Am Trick gonna look for the peel. W from the Volibear, gets the shield, flashed out of the way. Flash down on the volley, but no kills. It's Blue Caboose.
Teleport,
Navy Caboose might be in trouble. The TP coming in from Red Flame Evolved. He has the Onslaught of Shadows, takes it back into Caboose. Now takes the ult down onto Navy Caboose. Down to half health, gets the Conqueror proc. The Ezreal got to heal up, or I should say the Kai'Sa will be a kill going over to world-class Rise.
And a big teleport coming in from Red Flame Evolved definitely could have gotten the second one if that ultimate was just placed a little bit better. But didn't get the fear, get the fear back onto the Kai'Sa, and ends up just only getting himself one kill, which is still great because this is the matchup that we highlighted needed to really swing in favor of Red Flame Evolved this time around instead of the other way. And so far, it looks like it's paying off.
Nice hook into the flank, and get the Ignite down. Shot, nice Dark Blinding onto the Kai'Sa, flash out of the way of the Void Seeker, but he still goes in with the Lantern shot, goes down to the Acathian Rain. Excuse me.
And really just no excuse for Shot to throw down his recall in the face of the Thresh and the Caboose duo. They capitalize onto that. And I think Caboose is plural as well. Kind of like moves.
There's only one Caboose on there's only one Caboose on a train, so like under what circumstance would you conjugate that? Like,
yeah. I mean,
you feel
2 trains.
Train conductor skins. The world skins for Navy and Blue Caboose, by the way, they are going to be, you know, just train conductors. You know,
if there were world skins for or UJL grand final skins, it would probably be Senna Wukong.
Yeah,
That
but
would
like
probably be the
they'd have like conductor with the pinstripe.
Yeah.
The like wooden like train whistle that you have when you're like 5. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. Yeah. The Polar Express.
Actually, when I was in high school, I think my sophomore year, we actually used that in one of the and obviously the percussionist did it, and as a percussionist I was happy. We actually used that in one of the pieces we were playing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It's a great instrument.
Yeah. Well, our next play should be coming in about 90 seconds. We'll see if anything happens before then. Of course, there is Rift Herald available, so we might end up seeing some sort of 3v3 skirt.
Onslaught of Shadows on a Trick, but he's not able to get the fear.
That's a big cooldown.
So something I was trying to put out in draft and didn't really do this is Red Flame Evolved has kind of shown up in these games for World Class Rise. When they've been in trouble, they typically pick on something comfortable, such as the GP. But obviously, GP's not here. Red Flame Vault on the Hecarim has been performing fairly admirably outside of that one ultimate. Unstoppable Onslaught down. There will be the regank. Meanwhile, on the bot side, nice one by Blue Caboose. As this Ragus gets dove on top side, gonna flash out of the way, get the Q collateral damage. Plus Ignite should be able to get the kill. As Red Flame Vault picks up the kill. It'll be a 1-for-1. As the Rift Herald gets taken by the Volibear.
And it will be a 1-for-1, and they get the Rift Herald. So about even across the board, and it really just comes down to where Aimtrick's actually able to throw down this Rift Herald and actually claim some extra plates for himself. However, Red Flame Evolved looking very, very good so far on that Hecarim pick. You mentioned it earlier, when they're down, they look for him to get his pick of the litter.
Oh, nice hook. Gonna pop the Morgana ultimate, dunk out of the way, but he's still stunned up. Win picks up the kill off the back of the TP.
Yeah, and that's
That should
actually
be
really
Dragon.
huge because of the fact that Dragon is now available, which means that World Class Rise are going to have first rotation to this objective. So it should just be them securing that for themselves, and the side of World Class Blank just letting that one go.
Yeah, so 1 Dragon to 1. Cloud Soul this game feels really nice on Hecarim. Feels really nice on Scion. Feels really nice on Volibear. And like Orianna as well, and Morgana.
Yeah, a lot of the champions are...
Kaisa. Yeah, actually a lot of synergy with Cloud Soul. Hold up. See, like gonna be a swing and a miss. Blue Caboose rooted up here.
Wait.
Shock is down very low. Navy Caboose tries to get the kill with the Cathy Rain. We'll be able to get it on the Ignite as Win. Flashes back, picks it up with the ultimate as the Graves comes into the shutdown. Win stays alive.
Yeah, you can't kill them if you can't see them, and that's exactly what the Graves just did right then and there. Wind able to survive due to that smoke grenade from Graves, and yeah, some nice TFT action happening there.
Teamfight tactics.
Yeah, because that's his
Taco.
ultimate. That's his ultimate in TFT. Just throws out the smoke grenade.
Look, only you and Matt and Iberia Clint Daniel play that game. Maybe you should be budget Matt and I'm budget TJ.
Yo, I haven't played it since set 2, so it's been a while. But I'm actually looking to get back into it, so, you know, maybe it holds true. Worlds for that game was, or not Worlds, but the World Qualifier was actually pretty exciting. But they just absolutely wrecked this mid tower because Ziggs and Rift Herald.
Meanwhile, Azragus though,
yeah.
nice damage down on Red Flame Evolved. He's gonna take the Onslaught of
got
Shadows.
greedy.
Azragus should be able to just get this with a shout and a... Yep, there it is. Graves is here though. Gets flying down. Big Daddy Colton is around. Has Shockwave available. They are able to peel that one off. They got Inferno Bomb. Barely gonna miss as well.
So they actually don't get that kill, which is really, really nice. Being able to deny that, because Red Flame Evolved definitely got a bit greedy there, as he just continued to hit tower, even though Ezregus was just trying to clear minion waves. And yeah, I mean, that's a mistake that should get punished in most cases, but because it is that tank in the top lane, just not necessarily enough damage to finish off that kill.
We are waiting to go on the next neutral objective. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the Cloud Drag. As you see, the Ezreal actually 2-0-2 right now, so AD carry is fairly even as far as everything is concerned.
And Ziggs going for the GLP. I love it. I think it's really, really nice here because of how the Hecarim needs that extra move speed to really get going. So the extra slow will help there, and also possibly pick off some targets because they're not going to do very well against slows.
Red Flame Evolved. Go back in onto his Ragus. Not going to be able to get the Q on Scion. Meanwhile,
Here comes
free bot lane. Here comes Shot. Shot down low. Navy Caboose picks it up with the Acathian ready to make a Inferno Bomb comes through. Fisher Friends now caught out. Gonna get caught up by the Dunk as top lane. You see Red Flame Evolve getting yeeted on by his Ragus, but he should be able to stay alive. One kill onto the Morgana as they look for further dive. AM Trick taking the Lantern to stay out.
Yeah, they should be able to get this bot lane tower very, very soon here. It will only take a couple autos and then a nice little satchel charge, and that's exactly what happens. So a quick 2 turrets coming out from the side of World Class Blank, and they hop out to a bit of a lead. Not exactly a big lead, but it is still something here.
I mean, taking a look at the gold situation, Alex Carino has a 900 gold lead on the Orianna without any kills.
5 plates in the mid lane, first brick.
Yeah, just the first brick and the tower bot side. It's 20 CS lead as well.
Yep.
Meanwhile, as Ragus keeping Red Flame Evolved from taking this tower top side. Red Flame really kind of how World Class Rise is able to get into this mid game here. Obviously, it's only 1.1k difference, but mid game is it is what it is. It is what it is. For both these teams, really looking to get towards the late game for World Class Blank, so a lead going into mid game always feels nice. Red Flame Evolved. Get some damage down onto the Scion, knocked up by the Q. Meanwhile, hook lands. Fisher Friends might be in a bit of trouble, but here comes the Ezreal, gets the damage down with the True Shot Barrage as the Orianna gets the ult down onto the Ziggs. That's one. Flay, Blue Caboose might be in a bit of trouble through the collateral damage, but Fisher Friends is so low. David Caboose gonna try to get the kill with the Acathian Ready and will, but he trades his life as AM Trick tries to find a flank. He won't find it. 2 for 1 in favor of World Class Rise, and they grab the first of the Cloud Dragons.
Yeah, and Cloud Dragon is actually so good this game because of how ult-oriented a lot of these champions are, and the extra 30% possible cooldown reduction on your ultimate is going to be so very important, and just making sure that you can fight more often. The first one going into the hands of Rise. It's going to stop.
Yeah, he's ignited, flash out of the way, gonna try to get a Q down, barely not getting the stun on that. That seemed like it should have stunned to me, but I don't play a lot of Scion, so
yeah, just didn't quite have it charged up long enough there, and just barely missed out onto that. But yeah, so maybe Caboose is spotted. He's not gonna be able to go for a quick assassination, but so far, it's been a lot better of a game coming in from the side of Rise. As,
Mega Inferno Bomb.
Shot?
I don't know how he lived.
He just
Maybe
barely
like...
missed the sweet zone.
Yeah. That's an oof from Alex Carino. Not able to get the kill.
Yeah, unfortunate. But what was more unfortunate was how he got picked off in that last fight, which really was just poor fight lines established by the side of World Class Blank, and they are going to be able to secure themselves the second Rift Herald at least.
Perfect Rift Herald control right now from World Class Blank throughout the series.
Yeah, that is certainly true. Well, we'll see if they're actually able to really snowball the second Rift Herald, which, while I usually don't really like Rift Herald, or at least the second Rift Herald taken, because you're investing time into something that doesn't necessarily net you a whole lot of gold, there's potential for snowball here because of how late it was taken at the 19-minute mark, and the fact that you have Ziggs, who can just take a lot of turrets very quickly because of the satchel charge, as it will be blue buff donated over to the Ezreal.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb a bit late on the blue buff there, but it happens.
Yeah, and that's actually very impactful because Alex Carino doesn't have the blue buff sustain, and Wind does.
Red Flame Evolved might be in a bit of trouble here. We'll be able to get the tower. Blue Caboose here with the Flash Flang. Unstoppable coming out from Red Flame Evolved. Kaisa, though, with Killer Instinct. Gets him with the Void Seeker. He's slowed down. Acathian Rain does the damage. Red Flame Evolved to 100 health. And a shutdown lands for Navy Caboose.
Big shutdown coming in for Navy Caboose onto this Kaisa pick. As now Kaisa sitting at 4, 2, and 3. Very much different story than from game number 1 on Wind's Kaisa, as it's been able to find the skirmishes.
Oh, the hook lands. True Shot Barrage barely not able to get the kill on the Volibear as the Slam Tries out of the way. He's very tanky, but not tanky enough to deal with the damage. Wins on a rampage, picking up the kill. 4-0-3 on the Ezreal, about to get into the death stance as well. Mega Inferno Bomb gets some damage down on a shot. Might be looking to re-engage the fight as the Volibear is back up. Shot. Nice binding. He hasn't missed a single one this game.
Has been fairly successful on these binds ever since leaving lane. Been able to get out of the hellhole that was known as that bot lane phase after the level 1 cheese from the Scion came in. A really big clutch. But now Rift Herald thrown down into the mid lane while they try and take this Baron buff. Rift Herald has such a long distance to go. Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught. They're just gonna have to pull out of the way of this Baron.
Yeah, they are gonna have to pull off.
They forced the TP out of the heck though. That's actually pretty nice.
It is nice. Certainly is nice. Anytime you're able to get some cooldowns, especially when it feels like they're behind as far as dictating the pace. Yes, they're heading gold, but it does feel like they're mostly
as well. 1.8.
Yeah, but for the side of Rise, it feels like for the most part they've been a little bit behind as far as starting the plays. So it does feel like pace-wise they're still a little bit behind, but they do have a 2k gold advantage. They have a very strong Hecarim. Now once that Hecarim does get that stance, he could really start moving into these teamfight situations rather than the 1v1.
TP being channeled
nice
from the
flow.
Ezreal. Won't get in the fight, but shot down super far. Gonna flash out of the way. Wind is around. Gonna try to set the battle lines up for this Cloud Dragon. Soul point potentially on the table before Class Rise can find this. Get a Colton. Might be in trouble though. Acathian Rain.
Ooh.
He's not able to get the shockwave. That should be a kill going over to the Kaisa. The shutdown lands. And Alex Carino, meanwhile, gets a kill on a shot. See big Caboose energy from Blue Caboose. Gets the hook. Not going to be able to get the follow-up damage. Lantern over the wall for Azragus as they go ahead and pick up the dragon. That should even up the dragon totals as True Shot Barrage was a little bit early.
True Shot Barrage does go in blind, unable to actually find that kill. But now, if you are on the side of World Class Blank, you're really loving this Cloud Drake spawn because of the fact that Ziggs, all he wants to do is just constantly wave clear. If he gets the extra 30% on his ultimate, that ult just comes up every single wave. So you cannot push into a Ziggs with Cloud Soul at that point.
Yep. Don't want to push into a Ziggs with that much CDR. I mean, definitely don't want to push into a like any one of these people with Cloud Soul, like Hecarim's ult, or I don't think either team wants the other team to have Cloud Soul actually, because like Hecarim ultimate is super nice with Cloud Soul. Azragus with the unstoppable onslaught, just so dumb. Morgana ultimate as well. Kaisa ultimate, Volibear ultimate, like all of these ults just synergize so well with Cloud Soul. I think this is one of the games where I would rather have a Cloud over an Infernal Soul, so if I'm either of these teams, I'm happy about that.
Yeah. there's certainly some niche cases where you'd like the Inferno, like because of the fact that you're going to be able to poke really well on the side of world-class blank. The Inferno would be really nice if you were ahead. However, they're kind of sitting in an even slash behind position, so the Cloud definitely really, really nice in that regard.
Yeah. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the next Dragon, as both teams have quite a bit of vision towards the Baron, currently in favor of World Class Rise, but can't really take Baron without some of these picks. Blue Caboose might be the one getting picked, actually. Down to about 2/3 health. Gonna go ahead and pop the... Oh, the True Shot Rush! Oh! Into the tick of the burn from the Skirmisher's Saber.
Yeah, Skirmisher's Saber coming in big there. So it looks like we might see another fight into this bottom lane. Oh, alt misses.
Unfortunate. World Class Rise gonna go ahead and start off the Baron here. There is a Ziggs on the Winks, and the Volibear is around. Mega Inferno Bomb.
He is on a
Gonna
ward
get some
though.
damage down, but no steal. This doesn't really go down all that quickly though, because they have Ezreal, not Kai'Sa. Shot so low, barely stays alive. Flash forward. Oh, the stopwatch! The package down. The satchel charge not gonna do the damage. Oh no, Wind! He gets the kill onto Alex Carino as the TV comes in from the Scion.
Scion comes in, but he can't really do anything as they've already just fully disengaged. They take that kill. They take the teleport. And they are perfectly fine with just taking those cooldowns. Very happy with that Baron objective being started out from the side of Rise, and just how well they peeled off of it once they saw that, all right, well, we're probably not going to be able to fully finish this given how much damage that can come through from the side of a blank, but if we're able to get this Ziggs, that's a big win, because all of a sudden you don't have that extra Ziggs wave clear to shove in these lanes, and you get a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, 3K gold lead right now for World Class Rise at this 27-minute mark. Kai'Sa, though, already on 3 items. Ezreal as well on the 3-item power spike, so looking quite happy. As far as 80 carries go, both these 80 carries really have been doing their jobs. It really just comes down to, you know, these picks, which you were describing earlier in the game, or during Champ Select, right? Picks are going to determine how these fights are going to go for World Class Blank in particular. And the picks have been going in favor for World Class Rise at the moment. Able to get some nice ones off the back of Shot, as well as Red Flame Evolved.
Yeah, but one of the differences in this game versus the previous game is the fact that this Kai'Sa pick is online at 28 minutes into the game, whereas in the previous game we were looking at maybe 32 at best would have been where Wind got online with his Kai'Sa pick. So maybe Caboose doing a much better job in making sure he's able to become an actual contributing member onto this Kai'Sa pick, as he shows off a little bit of his damage there, not too much onto the Hecarim, as Hecarim does have the completed Death Stance.
Yeah, DD, also known as Death Stance. Oh, the boss code over through the hook. This Mega Inferno Bomb not going to do much damage, though, as Hecarim comes into the fight. Caboose taking out super low, but it will be traded as the Shockwave lands. It's on to 2, but it's not the carries. Blue Caboose will go down as Red Flame Evolved tries to find something onto his Ragus. Gets the slowdown. Amtrick in the Winks, though, as Blue Flame Evolved gets back on Alex Carino as Ragus goes down into the passive. Vision Princess on a killing spree as they get the kill on in the Ziggs. It's an ace for World Class Rise as World Class Blank are reeling.
Yeah, and as I mentioned in draft, this composition from World Class Rise is so hard to initiate onto, and you saw right there they found a pretty solid initiation to start, but then the ultimate comes in from the Hecarim to split the fight. No one can really deal with the Orianna ultimate as well. And then, of course, the blue build Ezreal just does his thing, skirting around the fight, just really, really easily, and it's just such an easy team fight for the side of Rise, and they're going to be able to secure themselves a Baron buff for their troubles as well.
Feels good, man, for World Class Rise. After that game number 1 clinic from World Class Blank, really turning it back around here. Looking like we're gonna have a series on our hands, but stranger things have happened than a Ziggs Kaisa finding a dumb way to stall out a game and then just outscale everyone. Stranger things have happened.
And I think if you are the side of World Class Blank, you're just trying to engineer picks now with this Ziggs and the Kaisa. Thankfully, you do have a Ziggs, so even though it is a lot harder to push into... Oh,
nice pick. They're able to get it on a shot.
I feel like I've seen this quite a few times, as he is now 0-8 in 10. Finish.
They're going to first time evolve, though.
Are they going to force?
Oh,
they're forcing.
Down. AM Shrek might get him in trouble. The Mega Inferno Ball comes in. They're able to get the kill onto the Hecarim, and the Shockwave does no damage. Blue Caboose is down, though, to the Graves ulti. It's 2 for 0. World Class Blank still fighting.
Yeah, and World Class Blank, they find a nice pick onto the Morgana once again, but this time it's the side of Red Flame Evolve not being patient. He just decides that it was time to go. Didn't. Another thing I mentioned during draft is that this Hecarim pick, he make or breaks a lot of these fights, because if he zooms off into the distance, he's just so fast, no one else on his team can really catch up to him. So if he dies, like, they don't have any answers afterwards, because they just don't have the follow-up. And you saw right there, he zooms way too far ahead. The rest of his team is just left gasping for air. They're trying to chase after the pony, and it ends up just being a lost member.
Blue Caboose, Navy Caboose, AM Trick. Setting up the 3 for the 1-3-1 as Alex Carino's in the sideline. That's Ragus, though. Looking to help the Ziggs as he Mega Inferno bombs to clear the wave. Puts down the Super Soaker. Fisher Friends, though, under tower, taking down low.
Under all of that.
Blue Caboose might get a bit of trouble, and the Ziggs gets the kill onto the Graves. Hecarim on the side of the fight, but he's caught up by Blue Caboose. Has to take the onslaught of shadows out of the way. That could have been disastrous for World Class Rise.
And once again, Red Flame Evolved, getting really antsy there. Looking to try and continue that fight, but again, if you are the side of World Class Rise, you're a lot better at punishing rather than starting out these fights, which is kind of why we've seen them mostly look to respond to plays rather than start them, as they will be able to wave clear relatively well here. As Wind, I love the Leandri's purchase here, just trying to do as much poke damage as possible. Also, the Madness passive providing so much value in these team fights, and just
I mean, also the Torment passive, because you have his Ragus and AM Trick just super tanky right now, and
well, there's definitely a lot of HP built up onto that Scion, right? Because of how his passive works, and also the fact that he has 2 health items. On the flip side for AM Trick, not necessarily as useful onto Trick, because he's mostly building just a lot of flat resistances, but once that second item does come through here, or third item I should say, once that third item does come through, that should be when you start seeing a lot more value for that Leandri's burn. However, more importantly, AM Trick down 3 levels against this Graves does mean that Graves has the smite advantage going forward into this game whenever we come to these objectives.
Gotta be really careful here for either of these world-class teams. As Ragus,
oh, wait, what?
Q down, Fisher Friends looks for an engage. Here comes Red Flame Evolve onto the backline. He's on the Trick, and he's on a Navy Caboose, but they're kiting him out. They're doing the damage. He's able to get the kill. Alex Carino, meanwhile, gets a kill on the Fisher Friends. What was that dive from the Hecarim? He's way too deep as Amtrick looks for the dunk. Not going to be able to get any slows, but the flashes are forced. This will be the dragon to World Class Blank, and the solo point for both the teams.
And Bind not quite in time there, but it will go to all 7 Elemental Dragons, Finnick, in game number 2. So it looks like things are really heating up here. And this is just with, it's still a 4K difference. It's not like all of a sudden the gold.
It's 35 minutes, that doesn't matter. Like, look at itemization.
It's not like
Kai'Sa's on 4 items and an XX. Ezreal is at the same. Look at the itemization of the carries, right? Like, look at the gold difference across the carries. The Ziggs is ahead of the Orianna, and the other 2 carries are neck and neck. That's what I'm looking at. The rest of this gold lead is on the Hecarim, but the Scion doesn't need gold to be effective.
Yeah. So really this fight comes down again to the Hecarim. The use of his ultimate. He tries to split the fight instead of really trying to focus around playing front to back. And the composition on the side of World Class Rise, they just can't do front to back without this Hecarim. Because again, they are just the composition of just kiting squishies. The Graves, Orianna, and the Ezreal, they all just kind of want to dance around the fight, but they want to constantly move backwards. But the Hecarim just wants to go forwards, which is kind of why that was very problematic in game number 1 as well, because he was just so far forward wanting to initiate and just constantly getting picked off, and that's kind of the case again here.
Ezreal now has the Mortal Reminder completed. Kai'Sa not too far away from that herself. Is this gonna be a boot sell from both these 80 carries? I feel like that's gonna be the game. The boots replacement. Get the full 6 slots.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see what they decide to opt for their last items. I actually would have liked to see something like the Void Staff instead on the Ezreal, because right now he's just doing a lot more magic damage with the Leandries and the rest of his kits, and just allow the Graves and Hecarim to focus around dealing the physical damage. They're mostly your physical damage dealers here, and as Ezreal, you should just sit back and just continue to apply the magic damage pressure.
Yeah. I'm not sure if like Void Staff would be what he would get in place of the Lucidity boots. Right, because I'm looking, this is going to be a 6-slot ADC game from both these ADCs. So it's like, he needs something to give him the 10% CDR regardless.
Well, I would have liked it over the Mortal Reminder. Because there's
definitely
not necessarily a ton of healing on the flip side. So I think that would have been a really good purchase. However, for a 6 item, it doesn't feel as great. Maybe something like a Banshees would be really good here, because you're mostly sitting really far back anyways, that you're not going to be taking the brunt of skills. So it really just comes down to neutralizing that one key spell or big damage spell, such as the Ziggs ultimate or whatnot.
Banshees could be good. I'm trying to think if there are any like items that build out a Kindle gem that Ezreal can build here that would actually be decent as well.
I mean, he could also look for a lethality item if he just wants to play off of the Mortal Reminder, get extra penetration. If he wanted dual penetration, Ginsu's does provide 15% on both magic and physical, so that
Ginsu's
could
would
be
actually
an
be
option.
really good.
Yeah,
Ginsu's
so
would be
that
good.
could be an option.
CDR though?
So even though Ginsu's is kind of a strange item to throw down onto an Ezreal, because it comes with double pen, which a lot of people don't necessarily remember because they mostly think about its active or passive, where double hit.
Boots. In trouble.
He's trapped.
The stone plate, but he stays alive.
Yeah, but that's a big cooldown burned, and now they're going to be able to play a little bit more free here. didn't burn any summoners, so unfortunately they won't be able to hard punish that. But you can already see how much extra control they're trying to build around. Although shot,
Zonius, Lucy Boost going back in on a shot, but he pops the Zonius anyway. That's going to be Red Flame Evolve getting the first kill of the fight. Shot, though, goes down to Alex Carino. It's support for support. And all of a sudden, that cooldown doesn't matter. Both supports are off the map.
Yeah, both supports are indeed off the map, and it really just comes down to Wind right now. Just how much poke he's able to apply here.
Double onslaught. Knock up Lance. Fisher Friend's gonna flash out of the way. AM Trick might be in trouble, but he dunks as Red Flame evolves. Can't really get the damage on Alex Carino. He will fall as Navy Caboose goes on Subble, killing the Graves. They get a two-man shockwave. Alex Carino falls to the Ezreal. Wind picks up the kill. Wind! 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 Oh!
And Wind comes in huge with the Ezreal pick, just kiting out the fights endlessly. They're going to be able to reward themselves with this dragon at the end of it all. Or at least they should be able to if they stop juggling around aggro. As it does go down for the side of World Class Rise. They cash in big as the Wind's also going to be able to get himself that extra blue buff. So now this man has 2.2k in the bank. He is ready to buy that 6th item, so we'll see what item he does slot in there instead of that Lucidity boots.
I mean, he's currently...
If he wants.
If he wants. I mean, he's backed. He's actually just decided to get the Elixir of Wrath here. I think, instead of Sorcery Elixir. Let me double check here. Yeah, it's Elixir of Wrath.
I would have definitely preferred the Wrath Elixir, or Sorcery Elixir here. I think it's just so good with the extra AP, because again, this build just does so much magic damage that he's gone for, that it just would have been better to double down onto that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kaisa, now also 5 items and boots. I think it's a little bit more straightforward what you want to do with the Kaisa here. As far as your next item goes, it's going to be Zonia's. Most likely. Don't really need the CDR, but just like the safety of it. The extra AP and the stacking armor feels nice. Fisher Friends, though, stunned up. Wind does so much damage to Trick, though. Holy crap.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a W-empowered Q. That was just straight up regular Q there. And Wind, I mean, the only change-up I would suggest in his play right now is just throw out the True Shot Barrage more often. It's on such a low cooldown at the time that he really should just be using it to poke people
and a Baron. It's been spotted.
AM Trick.
Rotations are actually coming in from World Class Blank first, and that means that World Class Rise pulls off.
Yeah, Trick has everything, so he can come over the wall very, very easily and make the steal happen.
Background split pushing in the sideline, though. They have to respond to one of these threats.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be Alex Carino going for the recall, although...
Might be caught by Fisher Friend's Satchel Charge over the wall. QW. Alex Carino might be in trouble here. Chasing a bit more. Here comes the dunk, though. As the turret goes down, collateral damage. Not gonna get the kill on Alex Carino as Red Flame evolved. Now has to deal with Azragus. Can't really get him. Gets a shout down. That will be the inhib falling. Red Flame evolved. Picks that one up. Azragus not gonna be able to get the stun down. Tank on tank combat, but unfortunately Azragus is the bigger tank. Meanwhile, World Class trying to get onto the Baron here. TP being channeled by Red Flame evolved. He's into the fight. Azragus doesn't have a way in. Flash over the wall. It gets going over to the blue side as Trick gets to... Wait, no. Wait, no, that was Volibear steal. Wait, what?
Yeah, that was AM Trick. Flashing over the wall just gives him the smite. Very, very easy. And just takes it straight from underneath their noses.
What is this game? World Class Rise, Cloud Soul. I didn't think Trick was going to be able to get that, much less get out alive. I mean, AM Trick is the appropriate name. Shout out 2016 when Trick was the best jungler in EU. I don't even think Trick's playing anymore.
He is.
Oh, who's he playing on?
I think it's XL.
Is he really?
SK? He's still in the LEC, but
He's So like on like one of the mid to low teams, he's no longer on. Because like Yankos is now the best jungler in EU, right?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, Yankos, there is, it's debatable as to whether or not Yankos is on the best team. Because
I mean,
Mad Lion's real good, same with Rogue.
Yeah. LEC content though, no, that's where it's at.
Ender content, that's where it's at. Weird
Ender,
champ.
yeah, definitely. As Ragus though, on a 1v3 under tower.
Ignoring
Tower
him.
will fall. It's Ragus. Is very tanky though, gonna shout, flash out of the way. No one just does any damage to his Ragus as we see the 4v2 mid lane. Here comes Navy Caboose, gets the damage down, wind goes down. That's a huge shutdown onto the Ziggs. Turret falls in the mid lane. There's nothing more for world-class Blank, or for world-class Rise, world-class Blank, I should say. Pushing in onto the inhib. Fisher Friends gets some damage on a trick, but he is shielded up. It will be the mid inhib going down. We see the Thresh tries to find a hook, won't be able to find it. Fisher Friends has the spell shield. Box gonna be thrown down. TP from the Scion. They're looking to end
this.
They're looking to end. World-class Blank diving under tower. That's one tower down to the Zig. Satchel charge. They're looking for more. The Mega Inferno Bomb does the damage. No, Red Flame evolved so low. He will fall out. Scarino picks up the kill as Ragus though taking up the turret shots as the Oriana gets on the two. They're able to get the kill onto the Scion, but it's too little, too late. That's gonna be the ace. That's gonna be the game. And world-class Blank. What was that comeback?
And world-class Blake, they just come back and shut out.
It didn't feel like a comeback, but it was a comeback.
They find the one pick onto Wind. Wind only died one time this game, and it was the most important time of the game because that death timer way too long for Rise to come back into or recover from that loss. And the side of Blank, they just run straight down mid. You have a Ziggs, you have a Scion whose ultimate also does damage to towers, and with the Scion death passive, you can just hit that Nexus right after you die.
Yeah, look at the damage graphs, right? So like, top damage in the game was Ziggs. Second, Ezreal only by 200. And we look at the rest of the damage, it's like Volibear does none, Thresh does none, Scion, all right, he's about average. This Kai'Sa damage as well, just 10,000 less than the Ezreal, but that's really a testament to Wind on the Ezreal. Like, this was a lot of damage from the Kai'Sa, was able to chew through the Hecarim consistently in fights, as well as the Ziggs. Just, oh my god. Draft difference, question mark? Maybe, but really well played from both teams this game. I'm looking forward to game 3.
Yeah, I am also very, very excited to see if the side of World Class Rise can bounce back from that one, because that's a big blow. That's a very big blow, Finnick, to be up as much as you were in that game, as far as like, it felt like they were in control. They won a lot of the key fights, but then things just slowly slipping away, and then you feel a little nervous. And then when he did what he could to pull that team over the finish line, but it was just short.
Yeah, just so close yet so far. I think a lot of this also has to deal with those Ragus. 4,000 gold down on the Scion, but it didn't really feel like it. He absorbed this Hecarim pressure so well in this mid to late game, in the side lanes, and it just let the rest of World Class Blank do what they wanted to do. Just really well done from World Class Blank. Don't call it a comeback, in the words of a certain rapper popular in the 90s, who then made a comeback with the song that begins with "Don't Call It a Comeback." I'm trying to stall for time. I don't even know why. Nightstar, any final words before we go to the break?
I mean, Rise, they rose to the occasion, but it just wasn't enough. They ran out of gas at the very end. Wind did his darndest, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Once again, I'm looking forward to game number 3. Let's see if World Class Rise can bring us to a game 4, if World Class Blank will end up sweeping. Regardless, some quality League of Legends game number 2. We'll see you right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals between World Class Blank and World Class Rise. Tight game number 2, very close, but World Class Blank pull ahead in the series 2-0. We'll see if World Class Rise can bring us to game 4, or if Blank will get the 3-0 sweep. Vladimir GP being banned away by World Class Blank. I almost want to see the Hecarim being banned away, but instead it will be the Volibear, as Senna and Ash have been banned away by World Class Rise.
And it's going to be triple 80 carry bans expended by Rise here. As we will see the first pick Ornn locked in.
That one's been banned away all of the other games this series. So as Ragus now going to be on Ornn. So feels good, man, for that. GP being banned away from Red Flame Evolved does mean that this Ornn probably not going to be punished by a Red Flame Special, but I do think the Hecarim did work out well for them last game in lane and mid-game skirmishes, but I feel like some of the fights may have been a bit hefty. So we'll see if they want to offer that again. Lulu being picked up here by World Class Rise as well.
Yeah,
that kind of game now.
It's a very, very early Fiora pick, which means that a lot of this draft already we know who's the win condition, where it is, and the only champion we do need to watch all game.
Yeah, pretty much. The Aphelios being picked away here by World Class Blank to keep the Lulu Aphelios out of World Class Rise's hands here. They might opt for the Kog'Maw potentially to go with the Lulu, but when you have Fiora and not a Shen, not going to be... Okay, World Class Rise is just going ham on all these lanes, aren't they? That's 2 strong lanes in both the side lanes now.
Yeah, it's actually a really, really nice opening coming out from World Class Rise. I really, really like this. They also still have the potential to just lock in Kog'Maw if they want to run Lulu Cog, or they can run Tristana Lulu in that bottom lane and just flex the other one into the mid lane. Kog'Maw right now, AP, just does so much work, especially if you're trying to set up for a Fiora 1-4 or 1-3-1 possibility. You just really, really love that wave clear that's being brought in by that Kog'Maw.
Jungle pickup for World Class Rise. So you see the Syndra and Ziggs both be banned away, keeping a new mid laner for the World Class Blank side as they pick up the Zac. Alex Carino going to be on something other than the Syndra or Ziggs here. I do like the Zac pickup with the likes of the Fiora, but at the same time, you have a red side Zac with a strong side bot lane, so you're not going to really be able to gank that lane until level 5 at the earliest. So he's not going to be able to get off the level 4 gank pattern that he would if he had a weak side bot lane, obviously, because that would be pushed into their tower and all that. Taliyah being picked up in the mid lane, though, for World Class Blank with the Pantheon in the jungle, or the other way around. Is Taliyah jungle still a thing? Please tell me it's not
Taliyah
still a thing.
jungle certainly could come through. And in this matchup, the Taliyah is actually really, really nice. But against a Corki, you probably will just put the Taliyah into that mid lane. However, it does show a very clear pressure point for World Class Blank in the fact that they just want to hard punish whoever shows up into this mid lane with that Taliyah Pantheon duo. And on the flip side for Rise, I mean, we already touched on it. It's all about this Fiora and a little bit of Tristana Lulu, but 90% Fiora.
The 1-3-1 setup from both of these teams is kind of insane. So Taliyah Pantheon, both with their semi-global ultimates, have such a strong split push potential, and Rise is really more drafted into a 1-4. You can put Corki up against the Taliyah, but he needs to have TP to rotate onto any sort of fights with the use of the Weaver's Wall from the Taliyah. So I want to see how World Class Rise plays this. They have not played split push in either of the other 2 games, or they haven't really drafted heavy split push, I should say. Obviously, the Camille was picked, but they really never got off the ground with it. So,
and the Hecarim kind of did side lane things, but
this is 100% like based on how the Hecarim played last fight, or how Red Flame Evolved played last fight. I feel like Fiora is probably a good pickup here because Fiora just does not rotate to team fights at all, which is kind of what I feel like was one of the weaknesses for World Class Blank, was like the Hecarim rotated in team fights and just not finding the best of flanks. So just put them on the 1-4 comp. We'll see how this works. We're getting into the end game draft momentarily, as we do have an AFK support. How are we feeling about bot lane matchup, though? We have this Thresh Aphelios versus the Lulu Tristana. Lulu Tristana, not something we typically will see bot lane. Typically, Tristana goes with something a bit more aggressive.
To be honest, I really wanted to see the Tristana actually thrown into that mid lane, and just kind of round it out with a different AD carry pick in that bottom lane. Could have been the Kog'Maw, as I mentioned before. But the Tristana does have pretty solid kill potential here. If they shove early on for level 2, they have an opening there. Aphelios Thresh, though, very difficult to punish, especially if you're just running into them, which is exactly what Aphelios wants. So as the game moves forward a little bit, then it becomes a little more difficult for Lulu Tristana to outdo the Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh is just so good into Tristana, generally speaking. Just because he's able to flay out. Obviously, the Tristana was picked into it, but there is just so much safety in this Aphelios Thresh lane, and Tristana really can't get the types of dives that she wants to grab early. I say dives, but not really under tower, against this lane without getting punished. That said, this is a different style of Thresh play than we'll typically see, or than most Thresh players will typically play, because you want to play defensively. You don't want to go in for engages on the Tristana, so it really is going to have to be a lot of discipline from Blue Caboose to be able to deal with this Tristana pick early in the lane.
Yeah, it is going to require a little bit more patience here, and it does look like we're going to see the Pantheon into that mid lane. So the difference between a Pantheon and a Talia in that mid lane is the fact that Talia is going to be able to kind of farm it out against the Corki. However, if you put Talia into the jungle, the Talia really just snowballs against this Zac matchup because of how the Zac interacts with the Talia kit. Very difficult for Zac to aggress onto Talia, and Talia, of course, also able to really power farm as well in this game, and we'll see how it ends up paying off here, because it is going to be on Alex Carino. While Pantheon is a champion he's played quite a few times in that mid lane, he is going to be at a range disadvantage. So we do need to see AM Trick just hard camp mid. Finnick, say it with me. Hard camp
mid.
There we go.
Yeah. You don't want to see this Talia really going into any of the other lanes. She's not going to be able to have a good gank onto the Fiora, especially if the Zac decides to put pressure up top side. And this bot lane, right? Like, ganking bot lane against a red side Zac is just like asking to get counter ganked.
I mean,
so
yeah, there's going to be some windows of opportunity into this bottom lane, but it really just comes down to mostly setup from the Aphelios Thresh, or if Tristana Lulu mismanaged their wave and allowed the Talia to actually get a free rotation into that bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a, like, when we talk about like strong side, weak side lanes, right? With this Pantheon mid, that is your strong side lane for World Class Blank. They have to play through mid. They have to get that level 6 on the Pantheon Talia, make the rotations into the side lanes. Meanwhile, World Class Rise has strong lanes in the top and bot lane, and I want to see the Zac gank the Fiora early, and then the Tristana Lulu into the later stages of the lane phase. But what are your thoughts on the Zac pathing here?
Yeah, I think the Zac, he's trying to get to level 4 as soon as he can. If he's looking for an aggressive gank, you could certainly look up into that top side. But other than that, it's really about the counter ganks in the mid lane or that bottom lane. You could try and set up a bit of a counter gank tent here in the mid lane, but the damage on Talia Pantheon is just too much. You just gotta make sure you have wards in that mid lane, and that's the best you can really do here.
I'm looking forward to it. I love League of Legends. I love Upsurge. I love the UJL. I love Grand Finals, best of 5, game number 3. World Class Rise has to win this to keep their championship dreams alive. World Class Blank looking to close it out 3-0. But before we get into the game, a word from our sponsor. This time around, it is the one and only UEA, also known as Unified Esports Association. Unified Esports Association is a Kansas-based company that oversees multiple products that specialize and operate as a dynamic pipeline within the esports industry, providing shared experiences that directly serve collegiate, youth, hobbyist, and amateur video game players at every stage. Starting out as a small student group out of Wichita State University, since then, UEA has grown to be a veteran organizer to tournaments and events throughout the United States. They host tournaments for games like League of Legends, Rocket League, as well as Overwatch. For more information, check them out at uea.gg. They are also our parent company here at Upsurge, so supporting them supports us as well. Good to see you after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. World Class Finals.
Watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew, and we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us, and we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun, could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey, and I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it, and I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals, World Class Blank, World Class Rise. I'm Finnick, joined by Frank Knight, Starpang. We're in this. Game 3, do or die. World Class Blank, currently up 2-0 in the series, looking to close it out. World Class Rise, though, they could be C9. We could see the reverse sweep. Let's do this.
And there's no way that you can recover from a 0-2. I think that's the tweet, right?
Oh God, I don't know what the meme is. All I know is wins. Spots
Is in trouble.
Oh no! The rocket jump barely get hot by the hook. Oh no! Oh no!
He should have gotten hooked first and then buffer his W.
That is a Prometheus school of running away from things moment if I've ever seen it.
That's what we call not the way you want to start your game 3 campaign.
Chat's just like bet World Class Blank all, even though the bets are closed. But you know what?
All in.
I mean, I went all in
option
on World Class Rise this game just because I want to see a 5-game series. You know,
Wow.
make us all tired. Broadcaster Read HD especially.
Yeah. No rest for Mr. Reed. As
They open. Hua, you can't open the bets back up after first blood. Hua, you can't do that. That's illegal.
Wait a second.
Wait a second, that's illegal.
All right. Well, this is let me see. How do I do this? I go exclamation point BETWC_ALL.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Jokes about, you know, the first blood aside. Alex Carino, currently up in CS on the Corki. Navy Caboose, feeling pretty alright. Gets first blood onto the Tristana. Still, like, fine. It's fine, because you know why? Because it's still Tristana in lane. So...
Well, it's also Tristana not able to get level 2 rushed because of the extra EXP difference.
That is true, but like Tristana still has like a nasty lane. Like you can't disregard that just because of the first blood. Navy Caboose and Blue Caboose just gotta play it nicely, make sure that Wind doesn't get any sort of advantages in this lane. Blue Caboose has to be very, very careful with how he uses Flay and Hook. Not like that.
Yeah, that's not how you land hooks. But it also comes down to Wind, making sure he buffers his rocket jump properly instead of what we saw at that level 1, because that was truly an unfortunate timeline.
Meanwhile, Red Flame evolved. Gets some damage down onto Azorius. This is technically a Fiora favorite matchup. We've seen this before, or we've talked about this, right? And you just need this Fiora to win. You need that Fiora to hard win, hard stomp, snowball. Because if she goes eveners behind in lane, she will never be able to get her split push off.
Well, if she's even, she's hard winning.
Yes.
Because once she gets that first item, then she kind of just has the time of her life. But so I mean, it's really up to Red Flame Evolve to make sure he manages this wave as well as he can to get to that first item in a very clean fashion. Ornn still does have some okay trade patterns before the dreaded Ravenous Hydra does come through. But before that, you know,
I mean, I will say Fiora has a real weapon at least, you know. Unlike a certain other Grandmaster played top lane.
Wait, but it's because if he had a real weapon, he would just destroy people too hard. Isn't that what the lore says?
What if I had? Imagine if I had a real weapon. That's all I know. Fiora has a real weapon. Nicer post down. This is Fiora's gonna hard shove this wave. Let's see. Taking a look at gold here. 1140. So should be able to back and grab Phage. Or sorry, should be able to grab. It's no longer Triforce. Sorry, it's Ravenous. That's right. Should be able to back and find oh, flash from Alex Carino. Flash taking out Big Daddy Colton as well. All right. So you do know you don't need to flash for your stun on Pantheon, right? Like you have a movement ability that like guarantees connects the stun.
Well, yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, and unfortunately, Blue Caboose also loses his flash there for that play as well. And as
that should be Dragon. World Class Rise.
But here they go.
Not gonna be able to get the hook. Makes his way over, but he's not gonna be able to find it. Dragon goes over to the Zac, but Wind's ignited up. Gonna rocket jump out of the way as the Zac tries to find his way out of the fight with the elastic slingshot, and he will.
Are they chasing?
They shouldn't. And they don't.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're actually going to come out with the chase. AM Trick could look to just go straight back mid if he really wanted to. And try and force play there.
So, going with the Ravenous Hydra build for the Fiora, as we have talked before, nicer post, but Call of Forge God's already here. Does not have the riposte available. Pops the Grand Challenge, flash out of the way. Oh, Call of Forge God, but he's down to 150 health. Has to be very careful. Oh, the British Rock! As Ragus picks up the solo kill with the flash. And our producer is going wild in the background.
Bonk.
Win though.
Wait, what?
Rocket jump on the trick. Shot in a bit of trouble on 41. Flash out of the way of the seismic shove there. Will be quite a few plates going over. So that looked like it was going to be good for Red Flame Evolved, and then, yeah, as, you gotta respect the brittle. You know?
Yeah. You also have to respect the fact that you don't have your first item yet, buddy. So Red Flame Evolved running into a bit of a brick wall, or a bit of a bonk there, as he gets taken down in a bit of a incredible fashion.
Stretching strikes on Alex Carino. Pulls him back into the roof. The Aegis Assault. Let's Bounce going to be popped. Alex Carino should fall here. Daddy Colton will end up picking up the kill.
Yeah, Colton getting that kill. Really, really nice. Get him to that man immune as soon as possible here. He's currently sitting on 800, so not quite enough gold. We'll need about 800 more as we see.
Well, Weaver's Wall. On Red Flame Evolved, not going to be able to get the seismic shove. Fiora's dash out of the way. Here comes the TP. Zac's already here for the re-engage. The Grand Challenge goes down as Ragus might be in a bit of trouble here. And the Corki with the package. Ragus down super low, but so is Fisher Friends. He gets it with the rocket. Fisher Friends, though, might be in trouble. Has to go into the blob plasma, but here comes Big Daddy Colton over the wall. Going to try to find his way on Alex Carino. As the Zac goes down, it will be a 1-for-1 from the top side of the map.
Yeah, a really nice response coming in from the side of World Class Rise, but unfortunately the Quirky package just goes a little bit too far the other way and prevents Colton from really participating in the rest of this. Now Red Flame Evolved definitely could just get hard punished here. Don't know why he's still around. He should just look to recall, but Wind eats a little bit of a poke, but will be able to return some of it himself.
Shot and Wind shoved in. That's Tristana Lulu. Not something I would typically associate.
He would have agreed for this.
I mean, he might. I think he's just trying to get the XP. Ragus is here, call the Forge God. Red Flame evolves, getting punished. And the Q. Trick picks up the kill. Meanwhile on the bot lane though, Tristana flashes forward, gets the Buster Shot down. Navy Caboose goes down. Blue Caboose though, gonna be polymorphed up. They're in the box, but that's gonna be the rocket jump reset. He's Lude ultied, and the double kill will land. So a 2-for-1 across the map. So you know how we were talking about how the Fiora was the win condition, right? You have a 2-0 Corki and you have a 2-0 Corki and a 2-1 Tristana. So Fiora's no longer your win condition.
Yeah, I'm flying myself straight down to this bottom lane. I'm off of this Fiora train, that's for sure. Fiora will still be able to do Fiora things, of course, but now we're kind of looking for
rip that Moonlight Vigil.
Unfortunate.
Here comes Fisher Frenzo back into the mid lane. This is the aggression that you want from the Zac. Where was this aggression in the last 2 games? Fish our friends. Love ya. Good job. 10 seconds on the Infernal Dragon.
Yep, perfectly timed. Now they're going to be able to start out Inferno. They could look to try and hard punish its Aphelios as well. Red Flame Evolve just taking this war while we see Navy Caboose about to die.
On a Navy Caboose, Big Daddy Colton's here, gets the rockets down, it's a 4v1. That's gonna be a dead one as Fisher Friends picks up the kill. They should be able to go onto the Infernal Dragon here.
Yeah, so it's just gonna be Inferno being taken now. Red Flame
Grand challenge once again.
really wants this.
Oh, Ragus has to be careful. Oh, that was a really good riposte. This is the Grand Challenge. He's gonna be able to get the knock-up though and flash out of the way.
Nice little riposte there. Oh, but not enough.
Alex Carino is now top. And it will be the Ocean Soul. Oh, this is the best possible combination of Drakes if World Class Rise can get these next 2.
Yeah, it is the optimal setup here. And they're also not too worried if they lose the next 1 or 2 dragons because it is Ocean. So they're not going to be heavily punished for a lot of their plays either. So this is the best Drake RNG that could be possible as they're looking to assassinate Mr. Navy Caboose.
Oh, wins, finding his way on a Navy Caboose. Sean's already here. The flash to play. Navy Caboose down super low. Here comes a TP. Buster Shot, not going to be able to do it, but here comes Shot. Flash forward. He picks up the kill, but that's going to be a stun on to win. He's going to try to rocket jump away. Gets out of the Aegis Assault damage, but the flash forward, the Comet Spear. Means Alex Carino picks up the kill. We 1-for-1. Shot is here with the Pix Autos to try to kite out of the way. That's going to be a shutdown for Alex Carino in the mid lane. Opting for the lethality build, by the way, on the Pantheon. Not something you'll typically see nowadays, especially into a comp that wants to scale late.
Well, I would say the lethality is pretty good here because you just want to snowball as much as possible, and I don't really think Black Cleaver is that great in the setup.
Oh no, it's not great this setup, but like, you can go Triforce, technically.
Triforce would have been a decent shout out here, yeah. Especially if you're gonna just side lane. Also, traditionally, Pantheon was the hard counter to Fiora in the 1v1 top side, so would be a pretty decent side lane match against the Fiora, at least for a little bit. As we see Blue getting started up by Fisher Friends, has the smite available, so just wants to...
He smites early, here comes Talia, and it goes over to the Ornn. Am Trick uses the ulti.
Yep.
So that is Weaver's wall down. One of the semi-globals is down, the other one is just about to come off cooldown.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, you're not super worried about it.
So, great! Played out of the way, possible less bounce, but can't take anyone with him.
Yeah, a fantastic play there coming out from Blue Caboose to keep his AD carry safe. And yeah, that's going to be his job in these team fights, just making sure that he is able to keep his AD carry safe. But
back in, nice riposte!
all right, a nice riposte. He takes 3 turret shots in response. That is a very high value riposte if I've ever seen one.
Nice riposte into the Call of Forge God. Just Red Flame. Yes, smurfing. Yes, smurfing. Except for that first death. We don't talk about that. But everything else, you've been smurfing.
First 2 deaths.
We don't talk about those. Look, I'm trying to compliment him. All right.
So
good
you're
play.
getting back on the train, is what I'm hearing.
No, I'm just.
You've got your train
I-
conductor
look,
whistle, and you're all aboard.
No, I'm not all aboard the Fiora train. I'm just like, I'm the guy who like decides, you know, or the guy at the train yard, just like following all the trains, seeing which one's gonna be the most interesting.
Oh, okay.
The train watcher. They call me the train watcher.
All right. So instead of people watching, you just watch trains. As
Yes.
tricked. Ooh, he just got he got hard blasted there. And because of the Tristana changes, this IE first item is actually crazy for a first item. Because of the extra damage you get on your explosive shot now, which is based on crit.
Yes.
That no one really knew why, but it happened.
Yep. She also still has a shard, so either gonna be Static Shiv or RFC, I would imagine.
Could also be
Static Shiv-
Stormrazor.
Could always
For
be
more AP.
Stormrazor. I feel like Static Shiv is what's considered meta on Tristana, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not an AD carry player. Please feel free to correct me.
Right
play around
now,
with
a
Drake.
lot of the crit builds really like double
Oh,
AD.
here comes back though. Polymorph lands. Call of the Forge God goes down, but it won't matter. Tristana already gets the kill.
Goodbye.
Onto the enemy jungler. Here comes the Skyfall, but it doesn't matter. Double kill. And there is so much damage on the field for the Tristana. And that's 3 down for World Class Blank. As Ragus on the run. Rockets down.
Yeah. And yeah, wins. This is the win that we got to see in game number 2, finally online. Yes, he's you know, died twice more, or 2 times more than he's done in game number 2. Although, wait, twice as much is what I'm trying to say.
Twice as much. Twice as much.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
time more.
Yeah.
That
But,
said, before you were talking about Tristana build path, and I do want to hear this because
Oh yeah. So right now, a lot of the crit builds are running double BF crit items, whether it's the Essence Reaver IE or the Stormrazor. They're just really, really good right now. You see it on Caitlyn, who goes Stormrazor IE or IE Stormrazor. Either of those. You also kind of see it on to the Ashe a little bit, but you want to get those 2 BF sword items before. Well, either way, we get to see the RFC this time around, but you want 2 BF sword items and a Zeal item for your 3 crit items, rather than what previously was a BF sword item and 2 Zeal items.
we'll see. I mean, so you could still go to the Stormrazor here for the Tristana as your next item, or there's always the option to go on Essence Reaver. I don't think it's necessarily the best on Tristana, but like,
Yeah.
you know, CDR is pretty nice.
Yep.
Regardless.
The all cooldown just gives you more opportunities to
Nice
try and
play.
assassinate targets.
Luca Boost, what was that hook? Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Grand Challenge is going to be pumped. Fisher Friends in a bit of trouble, caught back out by the seismic shard. Ages assault forward for play, but Fisher Friends is still alive. He stays alive for so long and is able to stay alive for the fight. As Ragus, though, Red Flame Evolved, flash forward, gets the vital proc. As Ragus goes down, Red Flame Evolved gets the 1v1 kill. There will be a mid turret going down in favor of World Class Blank. Kill for a turret. Fisher Friends on the side. Might be looking for the elastic slingshot, and he will. Looking for the Let's Bounce to play. Already comes down. He pops into the blobs as shot. Might be in a bit of trouble. Pass the ultimate to stay alive. Caboose down to 100 health as Wind tries to find the damage. Trick gets a kill in a shot. But here comes Big Daddy Colton on the back line. He's able to get one. It's a 2 for 2 across the map. Wind going in on a Navy Caboose, but here comes the Fiora. The rocket jump reset. He's trying to find his way on a Trick now as Alex Carino should fall to Red Flame Evolved. He pops the Aegis Assault, but you know he's not long for the world. The Ace lands and World Class Rise find the 5 for 2 fight.
Yeah, and what a fight coming out from World Class Rise at last. Just winning a very, very decisive fight, which is not what we got to see in Game 2 at all. So this is a very nice change in pace, and Wind's really spearheading that for his team. Although in that one, that was really about the soul lanes coming in with the teleport flank and really just mopping up those low health bars or low resource bars on the side of World Class Blank. And
4-0-6.
Yeah, very, very good response. This Corki is certainly online. Should have the Triforce when he goes back. Does indeed pick it up. This time around, opting for the Berserker Greaves is a little bit interesting because it's not the Sork Boots. So looking to just try and put down as many autos as he can rather than going for a more poke-oriented playstyle.
Meanwhile, AM Trick around the pit.
Yeah, and now what we're going to be looking at is just trying to see what happens around this next dragon here, which is coming up in 40 seconds, and it just kind of comes down to if they're able to secure themselves this very early Ocean Soul. If they're able to do that,
Wind over the wall, flash forward on a Trick, off the shot, he gets the kill, rocket jump reset.
yeah, and that's what you can do with the Lulu Tristana combination, is the fact that you put down your Lulu buffs onto the Tristana. Tristana hops over, and they just go straight over. Oh, okay.
Oh, Force God, but look in the bottom left of the screen, it's a surrender. And so, okay, so for the record, the reason we have the surrender is because World Class Blank's AD carry is on a bit of a time crunch, so we have to get into the next game as soon as possible and get that ready to go. So instead of playing this one out, they decided, okay, we're probably going to lose this one. Let's play the next one as soon as possible because our AD carry is on a time crunch. That's why they FF'd, just letting you guys know. So we will be getting into that game as quickly as possible. World Class Rise end up getting the series to a 2-1. So bringing the series, making it back to a series, bringing it to a game 4. But we have to be very quick about this. So we'll see you after this very, very, very short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. My name is Henrik, joined on the desk today by Frank Nightstar Pang. World Class Rise ended up taking us to game number 4 here. Can I get the C9 reverse sweep? Or will World Class Blank make it a 3-1? We will see. We're into the picks and ban Rise on the blue side, Blank on the red side.
Yep, as we're just waiting for Pick and Ban to get underway. I would expect to see a lot of the same bans here in the Senna Ash Caitlyn. You might see one of them get dropped since they are now on to blue side for the side of World Class Rise. And on the flip side, for Blank, they're still going to, of course, maintain the Vladimir Gangplank bans, as that's been the 3 picks that Red Flame Evolved has been really successful on. And we'll see now what the pivot is going to be for the last bans, as it will be Ornn and Caitlyn. So Rise, with this first pick, Volibear is left available if they want to go that route. They can also look for a Graves? I don't really know what they're going to lock in for a first pick. Okay, so it looks like they might want to lean towards Lulu Tristana again.
I mean, it worked out well for them last game. Wind did very well on that pickup. Please, is this going to be the Salty Run Back? Is this the Thresh of Helios again? Are we going to get the Salty Run Back? Vote now on your phones.
It would be very interesting. I don't think it worked very well for them. And I don't expect a whole lot to change this time around, because yes, they were able to put the Tristana behind because they were able to get first blood. However, that quickly turned around. And for Rise to get their hands on to the Tristana pick for their AD carry would be really, really nice, because Wind has just been the win condition for the most part. And everyone else kind of builds off of that. However, the Graves will get taken away from Fish Our Friends, so it'll be interesting what he decides to lean towards.
Ooh.
Lulu Scar is pretty strong.
Ooh.
They go Zoom.
They go Zoom. Now, here's the thing about Skarner. I've been seeing a lot of people in a lot of amateur arena. Okay, they're holding on to their AD carry pick with the Zillion mid. I've seen a lot of people in a lot of amateur leagues take a lot of different runes on Skarner. When there is literally only one rune you should ever take on Skarner. Please take Predator.
Grasp?
Please take Predator.
Aftershock?
Please take Predator. I swear.
Unsealed Spellbook?
I swear, if you don't pick Predator, you're gonna have a bad time. Because especially when you pick it this early in the draft, there are so many different ways to punish the Skarner pickup if he doesn't have Predator, because otherwise he's not going to be able to position for flanks. We see the Galio being blinded by the side of World Class Blank. I don't like this at all. I think it's fine against the Skarner, but there are so many different ways to punish a Galio pickup for World Class Rise here. As Fiora and Tristana are banned away. Like this Zillion pickup is, yes, Galio is not blind. It's going into Zillion, but this isn't a good matchup for Galio, right? Like, Zillion has the range control on the Galio.
Well, Zillion's also just going to be able to free scale into Galio matchup, which is the biggest issue for the most part for Zillion, because he can get punished in lane, as we see Kalista locked in here. Blank going for a very low range composition, so they certainly are going to struggle with things like the Skarner and like the Zillion. So as of this moment, I do like Rise's setup. And I mean, Rise is a fairly solid champion to go into this composition if they wanted.
Oh no. They're going full protect the ADC. You were talking about how Wind was their win condition. If this Shen gets locked in, there is no going back from this one. You have Zillion ulti, you have Lulu ulti, you have Shen ulti. I would rather see Shen than Mundo. They don't have that much
Mundo-
AP.
Mundo's really, really good here because of the fact that they're all very low range champions.
Yeah.
And Mundo will actually be able to get access to them. Also, not really too many champions that can hard punish Mundo in this composition. When you're looking at Mundo, you're looking at how much hard CC they have that could be applied to you. And in the composition that Blank have, not a whole lot. Unless if you have the set really focus on providing peel or the Thresh. If those two champions are just sitting on top of the carries, yes, Mundo can struggle a little bit, but for the most part, he's not going to get punted out of team fights.
I mean, so what I'm concerned about here from World Class Blank is that they have no late game at all. Graves falls off a cliff at 25 minutes. Galio falls off the cliff at 22-25 minutes. Set kind of skills in the late game as far as a bruiser can, and Callista just does not have a late game versus Vayne. So this comp has to snowball. And when you have a Galio into a Zillion, that's not going to be a strong lane. You have a Set into a Mundo. Mundo just negates everything anyone wants to do. So you have to snowball in this Callista Thresh lane up against a Vayne Lulu with a Skarner just on call to camp for the counter ganks.
Yeah, and what you mentioned as this is a protect the Vayne composition, it doesn't necessarily have to be. If the Skarner or Mundo get ahead, it's a Mundo Skarner run you down composition rather than protect the Vayne. That in itself is kind of protect the Vayne because you're just causing so much chaos in front of her that Vayne just is protected because of the chaos. So this will be very fun to watch if Rise are able to get off the ground. And for Blank, it does feel like, I mean, you mentioned it. We mentioned it a little bit earlier that win or the AD carry is a bit on a time constraint, and you can also see that in this draft composition.
Yeah, Navy Caboose is on a time constraint, so they've decided to pick this snowballing comp. You have this Galio in the mid lane up against a Zillion. It is a Zillion favored matchup. However, this Galio has been banned away from the World Class Blank mid laner Alex Carino every single game. So this is a champion that he is very good on. It is a matchup that is technically Zillion favored. However, if this is if he is good enough on Galio, this is a possibility. You're going to see this camp towards the bot side from the Glaze for the Callista set. However, if the Galio can get ahead of the Zillion somehow, they can snowball through that. You're going to have a level 6 rotation bot side from the Galio regardless, just due to the fact that it is hard to dive in Vayne Lulu, but it's not impossible if you have the Graves and the Galio there.
Yeah, there's certainly decent snowball potential, so it's not out of the realm of possibility for Blank to get this game ended by that 25-minute mark. But again, it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. And we really have to see a lot of aggression coming out from AM Trick on this Graves. I would love to see it ignite Graves here if they're actually full committed to trying to snowball hard. Because you will be able to find kills with these ganks, with these Graves ganks, if you do bring that along.
Yeah, and say it with me. Early dragon control. Ready? Early dragon control.
Giving up. Wait, what?
World Class Blank needs to control these dragons. When you have a Graves Callista and a Galio, of course, how do you stay alive past 20 minutes? You have dragons. You need to be able to get these early dragon control. You need to be able to force fights around Soul Point around that 20 to 25 minute mark. You need to get the dragon at 5 minutes. You need to get at 10. You need to get at 15. You need to force the fight at 20 minutes. This is very important for the Graves. He has to play around bot side. Skarner knows this, and he can be able to punish that. But Graves still wins 1v1s, and he will have lane priority in this bot lane at the very least.
Yeah. So lane phase is going to be incredibly, incredibly important for the side of Blank, because afterwards, it really just everything is in favor for Rise. And I really like the Mundo pick, in addition to being that big front line and not having a whole lot of CC to deal with. It also provides a little extra magic damage, which they are going to need, given the fact that they have Zillia and Lulu, who are... They do magic damage, but it's not exactly insane.
Yeah. I'm excited. They also got true damage, right?
Yeah.
So Silver Bolts being the bane of my existence whenever I play top lane. Just because I only play tanks top, because I am boring like that. We'll see. We will see. World Class Blank, red side. World Class Rise, blue side. We can talk a little bit about some of these lane matchups. I think it's worth talking about the Mundo set matchup just so we can talk about this. Like, it's a Mundo matchup. You don't see this often in amateur at all.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, Set should be fine in this lane. Yeah, as long as he rushes that Executioner's Calling, we'll be able to reduce a lot of Mundo healing. Once Mundo hits 6, it is going to be just fine for him in that top lane. Because, I mean, the healing pretty much overrides any sort of heal reduction coming down onto Mundo. Yeah, for the side of World Class Rise, they just want to hit level 6 so they can then utilize the Mundo Skarner and Zillia.
Yeah, Sadism and Pale and Chrono Shift. Also Wild Growth as well. Just like these ultimates all change the way team fights work. Because you have to buy QSS if you're World Class Blank. You have to know not to hit a Mundo who's ulting. If you're World Class Blank, you have to know that Vayne has 2 health bars. You have to know that Wild Growth will give Vayne basically a 3rd health bar. Like, it's very difficult. It's going to be a game where World Class Rise has to execute, or World Class Blank has to execute perfectly on a World Class Rise if they want to win. We've seen them execute perfectly in game number 1. They can be clinical if they need to. But we have to take a break before we get in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. My name is Finnick, joined by Frank, Nightstar, Pang, and we are ready to go. Game number four. World Class Rise on the blue side, World Class Blank on the red side. World Class Rise looking to make the C9 reverse sweep happen after game number 1. And I think they might have the comp to do it, Nightstar.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this composition, it's just so much easier for the side of World Class Rise to really execute. And, I mean, if you're looking to try and end the game, this is the composition to try and do it for the side of Blank. And it looks like they're setting it up on a little bit of level 1, but it's not going to actually pay off here.
Yeah, Navy Caboose hasn't given a black spear over to blue Caboose yet. I will say, Callista Thresh, the Apollo and Hakuo special, one of my favorite lanes to watch as a spectator. Also, Hakuo, most underrated support player in League of Legends. There, I said it. No takers.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to you. Well, both junglers starting out bot side here, and I mean, if we're talking about a lane that they could go really aggressive in, it would be in that mid lane, because you have that Galio taunt if you're able to actually get onto the Zillion, which itself is a bit of a task. And then you could also try and make a play into this bottom lane. So we should try and see a little bit of early aggression here very, very soon come out for Graves. As a lot of spears were thrown into a Lulu shield.
You know what hasn't been thrown yet? The black spear.
Yeah.
Are they gonna try something sneaky, like on the Callista level 6? Like, are they waiting for mid game to use it, and then like put it onto like Alex Carino or something like that? Like,
so there's been a little bit of some Callista technology because of the fact that there's so much power not in her W anymore that you actually don't necessarily need your Oathsworn partner to be with you, which has, of course, opened up solo lane Callista. But more importantly, it means that you don't necessarily need to bind to your Thresh. It could be that later on, Alex Carino, they're waiting to throw down the Oathsworn onto Alex Carino or onto Ezregus.
oh,
Okay. Ezregus.
that was really quick.
That was pretty good. That's pretty impressive. Really nice kill coming out, really capitalizing on the true damage off of the Haymaker, and really putting an emphasis onto that lane. So a really good start, of course, for the side of World Class Blank.
He was just there and gone. I mean, so like Mundo early, not gonna have a great time against most top laners. You really pick them for the mid to late game. However, Mundo lane phase, like, he wants to stay under tower, like, pretty much constantly. He was a little bit far forward, got punished. Now Executioner's Calling is completed on his Ragus. So Red Flame evolved. He's just got to be able to find a way to get a freeze down. And if he can get the freeze down, he should be all right for the rest of the laning phase. Blue Caboose, though, gets played down on a win into the hook. Win, taking down very low, gonna pop the Summoner heal. Shot. Couple of spears down. Not going to find a Ren, though.
And they're able to really skirt out of that situation. A little bit difficult there. So a really nice escape, I suppose. And back to laning.
Navy Caboose already has quite a bit of a CS lead on to win, though.
That is true. It also just really contributes to the part that the Callista is mostly about the lane dominance.
Look at this rotation from Alex Carino. He doesn't even have level 6, so I don't think they're expecting it.
Yeah, but Skarner is in the wings, so he's going to be... Hugh is going to catch wind of this, one might say.
Yeah. I'll just take the lantern out of the way. Really smart play, actually, from Alex Carino. Like, if the Thresh wasn't, or if the Skarner wasn't there, that was definitely a kill.
Yeah.
That is... Because typically you don't expect Galio to rotate until level 6, so they're just using that to his advantage. That is top-tier Galio play. That Facebreaker didn't look like it hit.
But
Like, on my screen, what was that hitbox? Hold up. Riot?
give us a replay.
Riot hitbox? No, we ain't doing replays. What is this, UPL? Where the,
Give us the replay.
Nah, this ain't UPL, it's UJL.
Alright.
That said, World Class Blank doing exactly what we said at the beginning. Early dragon control, getting the first dragon at 6 minutes. 100% what you need to do in this comp. You have mid and bot priority. Nayam Trick should be able to find this one. Just go ahead and smite it and kill it.
Yep. Really well done by the side of World Class Blank. Of course, this is exactly what we outlined that they had to do if they were going to end this game in time for maybe Caboose to... I don't know what he plans. Maybe the internet just goes out.
Who knows? I am Trick, though. I've been looking for a gank bot, and he decides against it. World Class Blank currently sitting 600 gold in the lead at the moment. Trick might be looking for it. Here comes the TP.
Okay.
This is a beautiful play. Alex Carino gets a 2-man taunt right back into the knockoff.
That was pretty.
That
was sexy.
That was, as a Galio player, that one made me feel something I definitely shouldn't say on stream.
Like you need a
know what I
replay?
mean. Once again, this ain't UPL. We don't get replays, but I wish.
That's a replay moment. Ooh,
that made me feel something special.
Yeah. Like you were getting charmed.
Something like that. Oh, Galio has a taunt.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh. Well. Looks
So-
like Ezra gift. Usually.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Ezregus is usually put in a position where he has to kind of play tanks up in the top lane, and kind of just sit there and just wait to scale constantly. This time around, he gets to play the other side of the matchup, and it looks like he's been doing really well. The set is off to a fantastic start.
Well, the other thing, right, is that's also on Red Flame Evolved for just pushing up with the minion wave. Your Mundo, play under your own tower. It's,
well, I mean, clean lane phases hasn't been Red Flame Evolved's MO so far this series.
he had a good one on Hecarim. Game 2.
It was all right. Yeah, like for sure he's had his moments, but in pretty much every other game though, it's been struggles, especially into that Camille game.
I would like to point out the phase rush on the Skarner. I know that, like, technically it's all right. It's just it's situational, and I feel like people are just taking it all the time.
Here. Because of it's such a low range composition from the side of World Class Blank that you're gonna be able to get a lot of usefulness out of it. And also the Zillia and Lulu will be able to help supplement your initiation powers.
Yeah.
So.
But like the thing is, like, you need to be able to get I believe it's his E down to actually like start getting into the phase rush procs. Like, I understand why it's taken. Obviously, like, you know, it's taken on grades as well. And I think it's fine in this matchup. It's just like we were talking about, you know, Predator or whatever, but I don't know, like, this is a good situation for it, but I feel like a lot of times people don't think of it as a situational take. As Trick was not stunned up against the wall there.
Yeah,
So,
I certainly think that does depend on the situation, but in this situation, it is going to work out really well, really well, whether it was intentional or not. As a shot, I
Nice
think we've
hook.
seen this one.
Play back into the wall. Lamb trick on the pack the kill. 5-0 for World Class Blank right now.
Yeah, Shot hasn't had a very good series himself.
He had a good Morgana game. Unlike last game was very good too.
Wait, the Morgana game he died, he was more than half of his team's deaths.
Yes, but also he had like, okay, deaths-wise no, but like he also had like some very good bindings. I thought the Morgana
Right,
was
he
solid.
found bindings, but at the same time, he continuously got picked off, and that continues to kind of play out here and kind of plague him because there really was no reason for him to walk up to that bush when he didn't have anything left available to use on himself, and as a result, it just became a very easy kill for Blue Caboose to just line up the hook.
World Class Blank in a good position to snowball though. 3K gold lead at 11 minutes. And I mean, it's very hard to deal with a Fed Zet, a Fed Graves, and a decent Galio.
Fed Zet?
Zet goes in with the Showstopper. TP going to be channeled here by
Teleport?
the side of World Class Rise, but it's too late. Shot pops the ultimate to stay alive as Ragus gets a huge haymaker down. Red Flame Evolve going to fall very low, but he stays alive for the time being. Resurrects through the ultimate. It will be Alex Carino getting the kill on the window.
That's huge.
It's 1-for-1. Trick of the Galio, the two-man taunt. They're getting on to Fisher Friends. Fisher Friends down to 300 health. Pass the impale available. Gets the kill on Alex Carino, and it will be a 2-for-1 for World Class Rise.
Yeah, and it
Red
looks
Flame
like they're gonna
Evolve
chase
though.
for more.
For Caboose, flash out of the way. Navy Caboose, very low. Same with Blue Caboose when they get the kill onto the Mundo.
Okay. Wow, that was messy. It was messy, and it was also a wait, what?
Man trick. He wants to find Fisher
What?
Friends. Impale is down, but they got the
What?
stun. The shutdown lands.
What?
This will be Dragon going to World Class Rise.
Well, that happened, I suppose.
That's a 3-0 Skarner.
Yeah. So Skarner gets himself 3-0. He is effectively snowballed. Yes, Red Flame Evolved isn't doing great, but once he's able to complete that first item, should be fine. The Zillion, very comfortable in this game, has a 16 CS lead. Also going to be able to have his completed GLP. So the GLP value is so large in this game, it's actually insane because of how low range everyone on their team is, how well the GLP interacts with that composition as well. The slow is just so insane with the Glacial Augment that it just really stifles any sort of front to back engage that they're going to go for. And it really just comes down to these Ezregus teleport flanks or the Alex Carino teleport flanks to actually get these fights in a favorable spot.
And the hero's entrance. I mean, he's got a pretty good Galio skin, I will say. Not as good as Birdio, but you know.
But that's a bird. That's not a Galio. Wait, what?
I own both of these skins, and I will tell you, Birdio is the one that I use more often. I also an Inferno Galio, and I just use Birdio. Oh, well, stun up against the wall. He goes back into the Fate's Call.
Wait, hello?
Not gonna go for the re-engage. All right, Alex Serena though gets the E, the taunt down into the auto, the Q. Fisher Friends is around here, has the Impale.
Yeah, and the Fisheye Friends misses out onto the Impale.
Damn trick. Looking for more. Alex Carino on to Big Daddy Colton. He will have to use the ultimate. Taunt up. Big Daddy Colton. He's just waiting it out. Flash gets the auto attack. Alex Carino gets the kill.
Yeah, that's going to be the kill going over in favor of Alex Carino. Really nice patience on to the Galio, being able to withhold himself. Be patient with that empowered auto to actually secure that kill. And Red Flame Evolve, he could be in trouble again.
Yeah, I mean, he is in trouble. Showstopper into the Haymaker. Red Flame Evolve stays alive for the time being, though. Has the armor for it as the turret goes down in the mid lane.
Yeah, not enough grit built up onto the set to actually make that haymaker pay off. But it's still, I mean, that's as much of a win as you could get if you are Red Flame evolved onto that window. And the fact that you got Ezra gets to burn so much onto that, enable your team to get, you know, a little bit more relief. Not going to be scared of set flanks coming in this time around. As
Hey, I'm
Red Flame
Trick's here,
evolved.
though.
Oh, good die.
Get caught in the face breaker, haymaker. Trick picks up the kill.
Yeah. Red Flame Evolved is certainly not very comfortable in this game. Even though he's certainly played a lot of weak side top laners, such as the Vladimir or the GP, but once you get him off of those, it just doesn't seem like he understands how to play those anymore.
I think it's one of those. Well, first of all, I think Shen in hindsight was the better pick, like, because that keeps them from picking the set because it's just a hard counter. But like now it's.
Well, I mean,
how
it
do
also
you stop the
stifles
snowball?
Graves Callista, right? Because they're auto
Yeah.
attackers. And...
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Here comes Fisher Friends with
Wait.
flank. Gonna try to get an impale. Gets the stun. The flay comes back into the box. Fisher Friends slowed out. Gonna flash out of the fight. His shot.
Right on
Tanks
front.
up the damage from Alex Carino. Face call. Gonna be thumped. Fisher our friend still has impale. Big Daddy Colton might be in trouble. Gets caught out by the Graves. Lucan boost. Slowed up. Here comes Fisher Friends, but he can't find the flank. As Ragus now onto Blue Flame Evolved. Forces the flash with the Showstopper. Able to get a taunt with Galio. But here comes the Lulu ultimate. He stays alive. Showstopper back into the haymaker. He's suppressed up by the impale. And he goes down.
Yeah, Ezra gets on this set, just makes that first mistake. Thought he could trade 1-for-1 on to the Mundo, but Mundo, I mean, his team has so many answers. If you just single target anyone on that team, you have the Zillion ultimate, you have the Lulu ultimate, just so many tools to keep a target alive that it's just a mistake if you're overcommitting that large of a cooldown. So it ends up being him dying 1-for-0 without any trade off there, and that's going to not change a whole lot for this dragon, but it certainly could be something to keep watch of as we move forward into future team fights.
They still have the 4K gold lead. They still have this snowball potential on the Graves and the Galleon in particular. Callista not really snowballing all that hard at the moment, but she is going to hit her 2 items fairly soon. She has a completed Bork, sitting on 1,000 gold. We shall see. Bork completed on his Ragus as well as Mundo. Not quite done on the Spirit Visage yet, but he is building into it.
Yeah, and the power spikes are certainly there as they're about to hit that 20-minute mark very soon. And being at 1.5 items, that's their strongest point is probably at that 2 items. However, unfortunately for them, they are going to have to itemize a little bit defensively because they do need QSS. So the Skarner is actually going to slow down some of that gold difference and also slow down some of these power spikes, which is going to help them in general slow down the game.
And you need to slow down. Ask yourself, what does the yellow light mean? You probably won't get that reference, but
that's
fine.
a swing and a miss for me.
Taxi. It's a sitcom. It's one of the guys is taking his driving test, and it's what he's whispering people. What does the yellow light mean? They're like, slow down. What does the yellow light mean? Slow down. What does the
I understand.
yellow light mean? That's the bit.
I understand. I also didn't really watch sitcoms, but
Oh, I don't watch sitcoms either. I just know the clip.
that is pretty. That would actually probably be something I would say too. I would annoy people like that as well. It runs in my blood.
Sounds about right.
Hmm. I'll make sure to bring that up next time we're in game together.
Yeah.
As
Could be
we see a
channel here.
teleport.
Alex Carino on the side, Rough Flame Evolved, puts out an infected cleaver.
Yeah, I'm surprised that with a name like Infected Cleaver, you don't have like extra dot damage. Like if you're getting hit by an infected cleaver, you're definitely getting some sort of sickness from it, right? Hello? Riot?
I mean, the sickness is the slow sickness. As World Class Blank actually starting off the Baron, Alex Carino gets a taunt down on 2 shot. He won't be able to get the kill. Polymorph lands. Here comes the fight. The Lulu ultimate onto Fisher
Zillion's
Friends as he
cut
takes
off.
Alex Carino to the back line. Then he pops a stopwatch. He stays alive for the time being as those Riot
Rodriguez.
finds his way to the fight into the showstopper, trying to find more. The Haymaker damage is huge
Oh.
as we see the Galio with the grand entrance. He gets one, but when he
He
gets
just
the kill,
don't die.
push over the wall, fighting his way out of Big Daddy Coleman. It's a double kill for the Vayne. It's 2 for 0 thus far. Big Caboose will be able to find the hook down as Wind gets the chase down onto Blue Caboose. One more auto. Wind on a killing spree. It's 3 for 0 and an unofficial triple kill for the World Class Rise AD carry.
Yeah, and it ends up being a triple kill for the Vayne. In exchange for just 1 kill in response, they are actually using the smite early. Okay.
Galio Polymorph before he can get the taunt down. Fisher Friends is low. He gets the shutdown. Alex Carino.
Yeah, Alex Carino gets that shutdown, but really it was bit of an eager Baron started out by the side of World Class Rise there because of the fact, well, you smite early, which means that you're not going to have smite later to secure it, and then in addition, all your health bars were pretty damn low. Although they could have looked to force after the Skarner died, since there weren't any answers for the Vayne afterwards, but they decided to actually play it safe, and they actually didn't go forward, which is a little surprising.
Yeah. Still looking at a 4K gold deficit for World Class Rise. Cloud Dragon has spawned. This will be sole point if World Class Blank can find it. Fisher Friends has Impaled. Alex Carino on the side though, keeping him out of the fight. And this will be the Drake going over. Soul point. Gets the hook down. Onto the Lulu, into the flight of the box. The club Lulu ultimate, but God should still fall.
Shot? Well.
You know, not gonna throw away my shot. Unfortunately, did the same thing as Alexander Hamilton, and I think he just fired his revolver into the air a couple times.
Yeah. Wasted a couple of shots there.
Wasted a couple of shots. World Class Blank starting up the Baron once again, but they threw here last time. They don't have a great Baron take. They have Callista, though. They have 2 smites. Big Daddy Colton on the side, alongside Red Flame Evolved and Fish Our Friends. Wind. A little bit far back as the Lulu is here. They're going to peel them off.
Yeah,
Alex Carino, right about forward. Taunt on a Red Flame Evolved, stopped by the Condemn.
very nice Condemn to actually make sure Red Flame Evolved, able to just walk on out of there, no problem. And things still, you know, a little teeter-tottery, but for the most part, the gold gap has remained the same, which is basically a win for Rise at the moment, because again, their composition does outscale. They just need to maintain this gold difference. Very soon, you're going to have to see a couple more of the Skarner taxes being paid. Right now, you could even effectively say that it's not a 4.5k gold difference. It's actually a 3k gold difference because you have to subtract away the extra QSS.
Yeah, Navy Caboose has to have the QSS, has to make sure he doesn't die to the Skarner. It does mean that the Vayne's on 2 items before the Callista. Vayne looking for the 3-item power spike, has the Bork, the Gwyn 2s. So, this is very scary, right? The later this game goes, the more it favors World Class Rise. We talked about the Galio and the Greys falling off the 25-minute mark, and they needed the early Dragon control to get the Soul. Right now, they're 1 Dragon away from the Dragon Soul. At the 25-minute mark, Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes 40 seconds. They need to win this Soul.
Yeah, Soul is going to be very important for them. Unfortunately, it's only going to be Cloud Soul this time around, which I'm going to say is good for them, but you would have liked to have an Inferno Soul to try and be able to punch through a lot more of these targets. Because a lot of the targets are going to be able to survive that first round of ultimates regardless, except for targets like the Lulu or the Vayne. So unless if you're initiating onto the backline, it's not going to be super useful to have this extra Cloud Soul buff. So we'll have to see how they're able to play around this.
Win level 13, 3 away from level 16. Currently sitting on a cloak and a dagger, as we see the completed Zeal item for Navy Caboose will be the Runon's Hurricane. We'll see which Zeal item Wynn decides to get here. A couple of options for the Vayne.
Could go for that Phantom Dancer.
Some shadows.
RFC
I think PD's actually really good here.
Yeah.
Just because it means that Lulu doesn't have to waste ulti on you, or doesn't have to use ulti on you, and then
Yep.
Everything else.
RFC is also a decent shout out because it would allow you to get that extra little bit of range to start stacking your Gensu's Rage Blade. And against these very low range champions, also going to help out quite a bit, as it does look like both teams just really looking to wait for this next dragon to come up.
Baron is up. Dragon up in 39 seconds.
Very interesting that Red Flame Evolved did just go straight for the Spirit Visage instead of completing an armor item first, since there is so much armor or physical damage on the side of World Class Blank. He could have just gone
in trouble. He flashes. He knows Fisher Friends is looking.
That's a very early flash.
Fisher Friends has the Impale. Can be stopped by the Showstopper. Fisher Friends gets the Impale down onto AM Trick, who flashes out of the way. He's still alive. Pops the collateral damage. Stays alive, but Wynn's already on a rampage as he gets the kill onto the set. Base call used. Fisher Friends looking for the way. Onto Blue Caboose. Gets played out of the way. Flash from the enemy AD carry as Navy Caboose goes down. The shutdown lands. The flash over the wall. The affected Cleaver Wynn is unstoppable. And they will get Baron.
And that should just be the Baron take. They are going to have a bit of a split setup here as they send 2 members for this dragon while they go ahead and take the Baron. And I mean, AM Trek isn't around, so this is a very safe play as he is going to try and contest for this Baron instead. But our friends will be able to stick around for that one. As it does look like they are going to pull off of that dragon.
Baron goes over. Red Flame Evolved. Can be taunted up by Alex Carino. In with the Justice Punch. Out with the Hextech Protobelt. Alex Carino. Oh no. He's looking for the taunt. Gets onto 1, but that's not anyone. That's important. The shutdown lands onto the Zillion. Baron recall can be channeled here from Red Flame Evolved to match the set split push top lane as the dragon goes over.
Yep, they're going to be able to secure that dragon as well. Extra 10% CDR, going to feel really nice.
Race?
It does look like the side of Blank are just going to all in on this base race here.
Plus Rise has some powered recalls though. They get the Zillion in, but that's going to be one tower in the base as well as the T2 top. Both involved in Big Daddy Colton are here. The inhib goes down. This is a full-on base race.
Yep.
World Class Rise are not recalling.
Yeah, they're actually not going to look to stop the recalls either. But as you can see, there's a difference between a base race with Baron and powered recall and base race without, as they aren't able to respond and try and save. Even though they were able to get the inhibitor first, they just aren't able to prevent the answer.
Botline inhib is so important for this next dragon. 3 minutes 50 seconds. Still have 50 seconds left on the Baron buff as well. They will get the mid lane turret. Should be able to get the T2 off of it as well. Really nice Baron play coming in from World Class Rise, as they have basically evened up the gold at this point.
Yeah, gold.
Here's your friends as Impale, looking for a dive. Set up by this Zillion. Blue Caboose not going to be able to get the hook. Gets the playback though. Into the Fate's Call he goes.
Yeah, with a big cooldown burn. And now that does open up Thresh as a possible Impale target. Of course, you'd love to get access to the Callista or the Graves here instead, but because they have QSS, you're going to have to be a little more patient. Oh, that's
into the play. Blue Caboose might be a bit of trouble. There's the Impale. It's exactly as you were talking about as the Lulu ultimate goes. The Showstopper Haymaker combo comes through, but as Ragus goes down, double kill for the Vayne. And they're looking for more. Alex Carino pops a stopwatch. The Polymorph lands. It's a triple kill for the Vayne as the Mundo gets another one. A quadra kill for Wind. That's going to be the game. They're going to game 5. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Those C9 reverse sweep dreams are real.
And Wind just solo carries that fight, gets the Lulu, and has the Penta stolen away. But here we are, going in to game number 5.
World Class Rise, C9 reverse sweep. I never doubted him. I never doubted him. Oh, wait, no, I'm not Kobe. Crap. Yeah, like, I think this comes down to draft. 100%. Like, World Class Blank could not snowball against this comp.
Yeah, it was just so, like, you even saw them make the early game plays. They were snowballing very quickly, but it just didn't come through in the end. So what can you do?
What can you do? Indeed. We're going to hit us with a quick break as we get ready to go for game number 5. Players are already in the lobby as we are on a 3-minute delay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more. The World Class UJL final. World Class Rise, World Class Blank, do or die. Game number 5 right after this.
Change your mind, and I know it's me that followed you in blind. I could say that you didn't need what you wanted me. Maybe I was wrong, even want wasn't anything. So if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my breath. Bring me back to life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Upsurge Junior League Grand Finals. My name is Finnick, joined on the desk today by Frank Knight, Star Peng. We're into picks and bans. Game number 5, Do or Die. World Class Bank, banning out the Vladimir, Gangplank, and Fiora's World Class Rise, bans out the Senna Ash, Caitlyn, Thresh, first pick for World Class Blank here.
Yep. Thresh going to be the lock-in here. I mean, it did come up with some nice picks in the previous game and also the game before, but for the most part, it's just been all about the Lulu hyper carry combination for World Class Rise, and they're going to open up with Lulu once again. So it really just comes down to what kind of AD carry Blank decide to run with, and then it just comes in with the proper AD carry counter pick.
Yeah, that Vayne play last game, of course, lane phase didn't really do much because it's Vayne, but mid to late game did a lot, and they're picking up the Vayne right back at you for World Class Rise. We'll see if World Class Blank want to go with the salty run back, or if they want to pick something else here.
Yeah, and certainly the Vayne is abusable. It does look like they are locking in the Philios. Ornn also the lock-in here, so looks like they're going for scaling.
Salty run back potentially from World Class Rise, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like they just are locking in everything that they really liked in that previous game. There's certainly a lot of other tanks that you can run instead of the Skarner and Mundo that will find success for you because you have the Lulu Zillion. But the core certainly redrafted here, which is the Zillion Lulu itself. And then you just need to make sure that Alex Carino doesn't get an abusive mid lane pick.
Yeah, Cassidy and Tristana being banned away here by World Class Rise, as the Skarner and Hecarim get banned away by World Class Blank. So Galio will still be up here, but the Cassidy ban, I expect them to pick up an AD Assassin potentially in the mid lane and try to snowball off that.
Yeah, and that's kind of why they also banned the Tristana, who does have a very scary mid lane presence into certain matchups, especially things like the Zillion, who just don't offer you a whole lot of pressure.
Protect
the
ADC.
Shen, yeah, the Shen does get locked in here, who we did mention would have been a bit of a better pick in that previous game, but will get locked in this time around. Also has a decent lane into the Ornn. And I mean, it's pretty much just a classic noodle fight up in the top lane.
I mean, Shen gets the better end of that matchup typically, just because he can keep the brittle procs from going down on him through use of the Spirit's Refuge. Trundle being picked up here, not a huge fan of this one if you don't know what the enemy jungle is, especially when you only see a Shen on the enemy team. I feel like this can be punished very hard, especially by a Graves or a Kindred. If World Class Rise wants to go that route, they have plenty of protection for their Vayne. They don't really necessarily need another hard frontliner. They can also go for a Bruiser or something like a set jungle wouldn't be bad here, or a Kayn potentially, or Hecarim if it weren't banned away. Will be the Zac though, so Trundle pick not getting punished at all.
Yeah, Trundle pick not getting super punished here as World Class. I mean, I mentioned it, they can just substitute a number of tanks for that top and jungle slot to replace the ones that they picked in game number 4, and that's exactly what they end up doing. They run 2 more tanks with this composition, and Zac should have a good time with the Lulu Zillion, just being able to provide constant amounts of CC pressure. The amount of CC coming in from the Shen Zac duo is actually really, really nuts here.
For sure. Like, we're looking at you know, Shen, we're looking at Zac, we're looking at Engage, we're looking at Frontline. Both these teams have quite a bit of a nice Engage potential, right? You have Thresh and Ornn on the side of World Class Blank, alongside Orianna. You have ball delivery potentially in that Thresh as well. Meanwhile, World Class Rise, of course, you have Shen, you have Zac as a Shen delivery unit. If you aren't going to play purely Protect the AD carry with that Shen, you already have Zilean and Lulu to keep the Vayne alive. The only real concern, I think, if you're World Class Rise is this Trundle. How are you going to deal with that pickup in these team fights?
Yeah, the Trundle could be a bit of an issue in these team fights because he is going to get value with 2 tanks over on the side of World Class Rise. However, it's not like he has a ton of lane value here in this game. Usually when you see Trundle, you want to see some sort of lane that you can just constantly pressure over and over again. Here it looks like it's most likely going to be in that bottom lane, but we'll actually have to see if World Class Blank decide to throw attention into this bottom lane duo, because for the most part they haven't shown early attention down there. It's been mostly, well, we hit our levels and then we start dogpiling down there.
I think bot lane's going to be a huge focus from both these teams. Both teams pick scaling bot laners, both teams pick scaling top laners. Mid lane, I mean, you got burst, but you also got scaling. This is going to be a slugfest through and through. I think it really will boil down to this jungle matchup, though. Kind of as you were saying, like, where are the junglers going to focus early? How much aggression are we going to see in this early game? Because I see late game scaling all over the place.
Yeah, and I actually really like the Orianna pivot here because if they overextend themselves into this team composition from World Class Blank, you are going to be able to hard punish with the Ornn ultimate and also the Orianna ultimate. So some decent tools to manage the pressure that will come in from the front line on the side of World Class Rise. And for World Class Rise, I mean, again, it really just comes down to make sure this Vayne is just unstoppable, can just constantly run forward here. But this time the Vayne will have to navigate through a couple of things, and it will be a lot harder than it was in game number 4.
I am looking forward to this. I want the C9 reverse sweep, man. I'm going to be honest, from narrative perspective, caster bias, whatever, but this will be an awesome matchup. You have this Orianna pickup for Alex Carino in the mid lane, which should be able to punish the Zilean. I think that's kind of the point of weakness for the world-class Rise comp, is the fact that you do have a disadvantageous mid lane matchup where you have a Trundle and might see some early aggression from Trick. But, you know, it is a Zac. He does have good ways to counter gank mid lane. We'll see.
Yeah. That is going to be the thing to watch here, as we are about to get into game. So
I'm ready to go. You ready to go? Game number 5, do or die. 3 minutes on the spectator delay. Let's talk about some of these. Let's talk about the narrative. Let's talk about, you know, how these teams got here. What is at stake here, Nightstar? You feel me?
what is at stake? And of course, that is the big question, overarching question. It is, of course, the grand finals of our UJL season. So winner of this will not only get the world-class bragging rights, also have UJL bragging rights, and a nice little check to split amongst themselves as well.
Yes, their share of the $750 prize pool. I'm not exactly sure what the split is. Someone will probably tell me in a moment. But World Class Rise, knocked out in the first round of the playoffs by White Lotus, had to make the run all the way through the lower bracket, ended up here, game number 5, looking for the reverse sweep. World Class Blank has been dominant all throughout the season. They were able to make their way through this upper bracket by only dropping a single game. And we are looking towards this finals with a watchful eye. But we are going to take a quick break before we load in. Don't go anywhere. World Class Rise, World Class Blank final right here on the Upsurge Esports channel. See you after this. finals of the UJL. Loser goes home second place and the lesser of the two sister teams. And
Yes,
a 5-point start from both these teams. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, indeed, and it is indeed also a 5-point start coming on it. But as we mentioned before, coming into this game, the side of World Class Rise able to get themselves everything that they had pretty much in game number 4, having a robust front line, also getting the Zillion Lulu to just allow this Vayne pick to really just get going. Snowball through the game. Just let him be the one-man wrecking crew. Whereas on the flip side, we've got a lot of a different flavor here. Game number 4, we saw that they went for a very early mid-game focus composition because they wanted to get Navy Caboose to bed or something like that. But here we are deciding that it wasn't time to do that. It was time to win. So you have a very balanced scaling composition. The Ornn, Trundle, Oriana, and the Philios. A lot of scaling here, but also very good laning.
Yeah, this game will be a barn burner, most likely. We have so much late game scaling from both these teams. This Oriana is going to be a point of contention, I think, for World Class Blank. They can snowball that up against a Zillion if Alex Carino is up to the task alongside AM Trick. But, alas, the rest of the lane's pretty even. Slight Shin favor in the top side, slight, I would say, probably Bane favor in the bot side, very slightly, but everyone scales very hard late.
Yeah, right now with the wave control coming in from, or the wave shoving in coming in from Blank, it is going to allow them to get a pretty decent lead here. Burning the Vayne potion early on is going to be very beneficial here. And of course, Calibrum, Philios going to be able to really put down some decent harass onto the Vayne as well.
Trick looking for the early gank bot side, but the lane's not really in a good place for a Trundle gank.
And it's not going to bounce back anytime soon.
Unfortunate, but this is kind of how you play it as the main Lulu here. Little exchange on the top side. And AM Trick just has to go and check the Zac blue side jungle. Interesting to see Zac start blue side. I feel like the only reason to do that, generally speaking, is if you want to look for the level 4 gank top side in this particular matchup, or if you just want to make sure Trundle doesn't invade on your blue side. Either way, both junglers are going to take their Scuttle Crabs, and Trundle going back towards Tribrush, potentially, for the bot side gank, decides against it. And this early pathing has favored Fisher Friends on the Zac thus far.
Yeah, the Zac's going to be very comfortable. However, the pathing is going to help AM Trick and being able to provide for his team, as what you're trying to do is really just make sure this bot lane's able to kind of get their footing, especially on this Philios. Philios wants to try and slow down this Vayne as much as possible. Of course, later on, he'll naturally be able to do that, because if you run into an Philios, that's usually never a good thing. Okay. Oh, okay. Looks like we lost Finnick, but it's going to be First Blood coming in onto that top side here, as we are going to see a gank coming in from Fish Our Friends and really punishing Ezregus.
Blue Caboose gonna go ahead and play down as a shot ends up grabbing Ignite. Yeah, no, I was muted there for some reason. I apologize for that. Trick, though, looking for the gank down on the bot side. Gonna pop down the frozen field. As the TP gets channeled, Blue Caboose gonna flash out of the way as he tanked up a turret shot. TP out of Big Daddy Colton. Gonna flash out of Blue Caboose.
And Colton coming down with the teleport is going to save that bottom lane from becoming an absolute disaster. And for the side of Rise, well, or Blank. It's unfortunate that they aren't able to pull that off, and they end up losing a lot of summoners for that.
Red Flame evolved in a good spot as well on the top side of the map. We do see the Trundle going in for the early dragon onto the Mountain Drake. Does feel good on the Trundle, does help you quite a bit early with the tank stats that it gives you.
Yep.
Next dragon will be the Infernal.
Also will be able to provide you with some extra stats yourself.
Nice taunt. Whew.
Red Flame Evolved looking a lot better in this matchup than he has in a lot of the other matchups. Probably one of his better lane phases so far, as shot
Polymorph
baiting.
on a Navy Caboose. Fish our friends. Here comes the Shen with the ult, the flash out of the way, the two-man taunt. That's going to be 2 kills going over as Fisher Friends picks up both. Double kill for the Zac, and a great stand united from Red Flame Evolved to secure those kills.
Yeah, and usually when we look at Shen ultimates, you're looking for them to be used proactively rather than reactively, and that's exactly what we see here. They saw an opportunity in that bottom side. They saw that the Zac was going to be looking for that engage in that bottom lane. They bring in the Shen. The Shen timing is absolutely perfect, so that right when he pops out of his ultimate, he's just able to land the easy 2-man lineup on that taunt, and it just turns into 2 kills for Fish Our Friends, which is also really, really good. Yes, you'd love to have the farm on, or the kill gold onto your vein, but the Zac getting that that extra gold infusion into him early on is going to feel really, really good when they just start non-stop engaging at that mid game.
Remember, mid and late, name of the game here. Just looking for position going into that. 3 minutes on the Infernal Dragon. Hopefully we see an Ocean Soul this game. We've had quite a few Cloud Souls. 1 Ocean Soul thus far, this series. Will RNGesus prevail? Find out next time on UJL. Definitely involved. Nice taunt down on his Ragus. And try to get the knockup. We'll be able to find it. Call the Forge God being channeled. Spirit Refuge is available. Still gets knocked up by the Call of the Forge God, but the Spirit Refuge under tower goes unstoppable. Flash out of the way to keep out of the Brittle proc. Meanwhile, Navy Caboose is bot side as Blue Caboose goes ahead and gets a play. Fisher Friends is here as Ragus tries to get through the top, but he won't be able to find it. The Let's Bounce, and Fisher Friends is on a rampage. Red Flame Evolved lives by the skin of his teeth.
He will just barely hold on, cling to the last bit of his health bar, and that is going to be a 0-2. Ezregus not having a good time this time around here, and Red Flame Evolved just doing very, very well.
Yeah, just really well played right now from Fisher Friends and Red Flame Evolved. The Zac pickup doing magic this game. A lot of this early aggression, right? Like, we hadn't seen this in the first couple games of the match, but really the last 2, Fisher Friends has really owned it. Wins, caught in the box, as a 4-man dive happens, the shockwave misses! And Blue Caboose almost goes down to the turret. Another failed dive bot lane only benefits World Class Rise.
And it looks like World Class Blank, they're drawing up a blank at the moment now, although could be a possible gank in this mid lane. Trick in position.
Bounce. Stretching strikes on Alex Carino. He doesn't have Shockwave. Will get stunned up by the double bomb, so Trick's here.
So far, everything is just holding up for the side of World Class Rise. They are indeed rising to the occasion here, Finnick.
You stole my joke before I said it.
And I read your mind. Let's go.
It's called caster synergy. You know, it's what we're supposed to have normally.
Well, I mean, we technically are the budget TJ and Iberia duo, so
Yes.
they have some pretty good synergy. So you know, we should have a budget amount of synergy.
And it's better than our Valorant synergy, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
Ayo.
But a giant wave piling up in this bot side does mean that Blue Caboose is kind of locked in for a little bit here.
All the fork caught again. Reflame evolved. Spirit's Refuge. It's taken down low. Reflame evolved. Spirit's Refuge gets the Q down. As Ragus, though, looking for the Brittle Puck, down to 100 health.
Doesn't have flash anymore, so he can't flash and chase after the Shen. So it does look like Ezregus have to back off.
World Class Rise starting up the Dragon here. Shen has Stand United if needed for a fight. And this will just be the Infernal Dragon given over to World Class Rise. It will be a Cloud Soul. This is, I think, our third one this series, third or fourth. A lot of Cloud Souls.
And Cloud Soul, of course, really, really nice on to Zillion. Okay.
Oh no. Shockwave, but it's gotten the Let's Bounce back in. That's going to be the Stretching Strike. Let's Bounce again. Alex Carino taken down. Big Daddy Colton picks up the kill. As Shen just TP's in to get the assist.
He's just in here for fun. He still has the teleport here as well, so we'll be able to get the recall and then just teleport straight back to top to make sure he doesn't miss out on that farm. Or he could just allow the Zac to continue to snowball up here, as he's going to be able to soak up that top lane farm. So more gold funneled into this Zac means that Fish Friends, once it hits mid-game, he's going to be absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, 4-0-1 on the Zac. Building in towards that next item. Probably going to be Spirit Visage, I think. Could always be, you know, something strange like Warmogs. It's either Spirit Visage or Warmogs, one of the two. He buys both those items, just depends on what he wants to get first. Up against Trundle, I think Warmogs is better, question mark?
Well, either one is going to provide good value again for the Trundle anyways, so it doesn't really matter in the direct matchup. It's really just, I would say the Spirit Visage is probably better here because you're looking for the all-in fights rather than taking chip damage, because there really isn't a whole lot of chip damage that is going to be coming through from this Ornn, Orianna, and Aphelios core.
Ooh, Caboose gets a hook, play, box. The Lulu ultimate's already there and gets the knock up. Maybe Caboose looking for some more, but there's just so much shielding from the Lulu.
Yeah, and Wind freezing that wave as long as he could. Unfortunately, it does cost him, or cost his Lulu a Lulu ultimate cooldown. But just trying to do as much as they can here, as they have been under a whole lot of pressure in this very last game with how many dives have been thrown their way. And for the most part, they've done well to survive all of them. It's just the CS has taken a bit of a hit.
Yeah, currently down almost 30 CS here in the bot lane. Aphelios is 600 gold up purely on that CS advantage. But both will scale late and both have decent item timings. Aphelios should be able to get his first item first anyway, as Bork is a little bit more expensive than IE. Flame evolved. Nice Spirit's Refuge. This is Ragus. Looks for the trade back. Call the Forge God gonna be channeled. Gets the knockup. Slow will come in from the queue and just walk away. Just walk away. Fisher Friends, though, might be in a bit of trouble. Shot is around. He's trying to find a way out of the fight. Pops a Let's Bounce. Here comes the mid lane. Fisher Friends now flashing out of the way. The ult lands from the Aphelios, but he's not able to get the kill. The Shockwave, but there are no kills. Oh, wait! Caught up by the Lulu ultimate. Alice Carino goes down a shot. Flash over the wall. Big Daddy Colton looking for Morgan and try to find the double bomb so Trick will flash. Here comes Fisher Friends though with the dive. The stun lands on a Big Daddy Colton. He has the ultimate available to him and he will end up using it to stay alive. Win gets the kill on a blue caboose as Big Daddy Colton walks away with the chrono shift.
And they're going to be able to get a huge team fight win, Finnick, as that means they're going to go out to a 7-0 kill score line in this game so far, and they're also going to be able to get themselves that first turret as well. Just
Fisher Friends is 100% KP.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, I mean, blobs are the true friends. Because they're with you every step of the way. Participating in every single play.
Phenomenal work from Fisher Friends right now.
Yep, the Zach pick definitely doing very, very well. And I mean, this is also the guy who is in charge of the draft strategy as the coach. So the in-game and out-of-game coach for the team. So a lot of responsibility does fall on his shoulders as far as making sure the plays are proper. And while it was a bit shaky in games 1 and 2, well, I mean, 2 was close, but it's really looked very, very good. And game number 4 and at the start of this game.
Yeah, just game 1 was a clinic from World Class Blank. Right now it feels like a clinic from World Class Rise. We'll see if World Class Blank can make his way back. Remember, both teams have late game scaling. Taunt lands on a Navy Caboose. He goes down super low. Shen has Tiamat, which means he does a surprising amount of damage now. He's actually not even going for the Sunfire Cape up against the Ornn. He literally is just rushing Titanic Hydra. It's World Class Rise start up the Drake.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the build path coming in from a lot of Shens lately, is you just rush that first item Titanic. As we see Big Daddy Golden run into some trouble.
Chrono Shift though. Shen gonna pop the ultimate as the ult comes in. Chrono Shift keeps him alive. Red Flame Evolved, looking for the taunt as Big Daddy Colton kites out of the way. Now going back in. Red Flame Evolved, Pop Spirit Refuge, gets the taunt down. The Q, Trick goes down to the bombs as Ragus now gets the knockup on to Big Daddy Colton. Here comes the Zac. Here comes Alex Carino. Here comes Luke Caboose. But I don't think it'll be enough as Ragus so low. Red Flame Evolved, gonna try to get the kill down. Will stop a lot of the brittle damage with the Q shield into the E, and Big Daddy Colton picks it up on a killing spree.
I love how Red Flame Evolved just allows Colton to get the kill as he just waits with the bomb on his head, just allowing Colton get that extra little bit of gold there instead of taking it for himself. And what a fantastic set of events again coming out from this world-class Rise team, as now they're definitely online. The tanks are ahead, and when the tanks are ahead, the Lulu Zillion are technically then super far ahead too, because all they have to do is press their buffs and power that tank, and the tank just goes zoom, and he just wrecks face. As now we are going to see, well, Fish Our Friends, the sad part is, Fish Our Friends doesn't have a 100% KP. That's the sad part.
Unfortunately, Red Flame Evolved, you know, had to stand united there before Fish Our Friends could make his way into the fight.
Yeah.
Scumbag top laner ruining his jungler's KP. A bit of a shutout is developing right now for World Class Rise. I know I just caster cursed it, but maybe I wanted to caster cursed it. Give it some more action,
more spice,
more fighting, more spice.
Yeah, sugar, spice, and everything nice.
That reminds me of a character from a game called Awesome Knots.
Oh, Scribble Knots?
No. Awesome Knots is a. It's a It is a platforming, side-scrolling MOBA inspired by Saturday morning cartoons. Navy Caboose goes down low through the Let's Bounce into the box. Navy Caboose still gold, and the taunt from the Shen, and that's going to be Blue Caboose as well as Ragus all alone at the moment through the turret dive. AM Trick is here, pops the pillar to keep World Class Rise out of jungle, but it will still be the turret falling.
Yeah, they've just lost. They just lost their bot lane duo immediately. And then there is just no response coming in. And right now, for the side of World Class Blank, their composition does really well in the 5v5, but it's really onto the side of Rise to allow them that, because they have the ability to split the map because of this Shen, how far ahead he is. He's able to really dictate, as now
Red Flame evolved on an AM trick. Call the
be a
force
steal.
capping channel. Trick, get a flash over the wall. Gonna try to find a way on
what?
to the dragon with the smite. It goes over to the Ori shockwave. They have to find the follow-up though, as Alex Carino Currents find his way to Big Daddy Colton. Wind on a killing spree as he gets killed under the trundle. They're trying to make his way out as the Let's Bounce keeps the tanks occupied. Fisher Friends is unstoppable. Baron buff on to 3, but world-class Rise. They want more. Fisher Friends, Let's Bounce. Stretching strikes. Navy Caboose. Not gonna get the pull.
Yeah, and for the side of the world-class Blank, that's as good as it gets. Being able to find themselves that Baron buff when they had no business of securing that, just allows them to get a little bit extra more time, you know? 21 minutes into the game, they've been shut out for the most part, but getting themselves that Baron buff does mean that the gold lead, which should be around 8.5K, is now only 6K. So that's actually a big payoff.
It still is tough to come back against this, especially when, you know, typically when a team's got this big an advantage, they have a point of power trough, right? But World Class Rise, they're through their power trough already. Gwynsu's is coming on to win. That 2-item power spike on the vein is very, very strong, and she just keeps on scaling. You have Zillion, already has both of his Glacial Augment items, should be going into some more damage-oriented items next, perhaps with the Leandri's Torment or the Death Cap can go into Zoni's Hourglass as well. This is very difficult for World Class Blank right now, especially when they're shut out on kills at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Colton is at level 14. So once he gets that level...
Into the pit, Standing United available, okay. The stun lands, the Polymorph, Trick not able to find the steal. It will go over to World Class Rise. Caboose slowed up by the Twin Shadows, Fisher Friends. Listen, stretching strikes back into the E as he gets played away.
Very nice.
Meanwhile, Red Flame Evolved is still splitting top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Red Flame Evolved, nothing can really touch him here, as we'll see what the next item ends up being.
Looks to be a
Warmog.
No, but he's got a cloth armor, so this is going to be Righteous Glory, I think.
But it doesn't build out of 2 ruby crystals, right?
Maybe? Maybe not, but it's not Warmogs, because Warmogs doesn't build a cloth armor. Anyway, into the pit we go. Fisher Friend's gonna pop the Let's Bounce. Derek's proc, he goes down low. Zillion gonna pop the ultimate, keep him alive for the time being. A shot takes up the tower. Now Fisher Friends caught back in by the ultimate. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but he's into the blobs. And that's going to be, no, the TP! Red Flame Evolved, keeping the shutout dreams alive, but it won't matter as the Orianna will get the kill regardless. Red Flame Evolved now on those Ragus, not able to get the TP into the fight. Gonna get the taunt down on those Ragus. Just so much damage with the Mechanic Hydra. Red Flame Evolved, what are you doing, man? This is like flat out just disgusting. What? As Ragus had no chance. Okay.
Had absolutely no chance, as if you look at his first item, ends up going for the Infernal Mask instead of the Forge Fire Cape, which means that he doesn't get the extra resistance as thought. The Ninja Tabby and the Bramble Vest would be enough, but obviously he's wrong. Unfortunate.
Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 2:55. It is still a point for World Class Rise. Oh, nice condemn. That should be a kill on Alex Carino. There's no chance.
Oh, even throwing a little bit of some dancing shoes.
Oh. The dabbing.
It just got personal.
That just got personal. You don't disrespect the dabbing Tengu.
Yeah, and right now it's just, yes, they were finally able to find that first kill for themselves,
Wait, it's a Shirelia's?
Oh, they're
What?
zooming. He's zooming.
Isn't Righteous Glory, like, objectively better because Shen doesn't have any AP scaling?
Whoa, 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 whoa. He has a 1.0 AP scaling on his ultimate.
Okay, so he gives shielding. He gives more shielding, which I guess makes sense.
And
if you're trying to
a
protect the ADC.
Shirelia passive gives 10% heal and shield power.
That is right.
And it gives 10% CDR. So it is all stats that Shen does like, except for the mana regen. He doesn't really care for that, but everything else is fantastic. Having the extra move speed, also great. And it's a bit of a wonky item, but it does make a lot of sense.
I mean, it helps his team run people down. Like, you have Zillion speed up as well. So you
But
just
now
go...
you have a full team speed up.
So now no one can deal with the Zac. Or, like, literally there's no running away from the Zac at this point.
Oh yeah.
Or the Shen.
And so what I'm really waiting for is this third Cloud Dragon, because Big Daddy Colton, almost level 16. Right now he's only sitting on 2 clouds and 45% CDR, and also not level 16 yet. But his ult is on a 39.6 second cooldown, which means that once he gets to the third Cloud Soul, or Cloud Dragon, and also the level 16, should be probably around less than 30 seconds. I don't know specifically what it is, but we also have a Baron being done.
Yeah, they can just melt this with Vayne and one tank, because Vayne does percent health damage, because Silver Bullets are OP. This will be Baron going
Yeah,
over.
they can't go.
Uncontested.
They can't even go onto that bot lane duo of Zac, or not Zac, but Zillion and Lulu, because they just kite so well.
It's the fight for the point. It's the fight for the Dragon Soul, maybe the fight for the game.
Could be the final countdown.
Down, 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 and they see the Cloud Dragon. Down, down,
All right,
down, down, down. Okay.
that was a little uneventful. I was really hoping for more of a build-up, but
Maybe. Going over, stretching straight, gonna force the flash.
oh, it's also a Magi's. There we go.
Yeah, the Magi's has been on the Zillion for a bit. In case you can't tell, the disrespect is real from World Class Rise right now.
Well, also Magi's is just so good once it's at 10 stacks because of the passive,
Yeah.
where it gives you movement speed naturally.
Call the Forge God, flash is gonna be popped.
Yep, he's just gonna zoom away. Zillion really, really needs this level 16.
Yeah.
He really just needs to sit in his side lane. He gets it now. It's 23.1 seconds. 23.1 seconds, Finnick.
23.1. It's almost as bad as, you know, I wonder if it's 23.19, so it'd be like 23.19. Got a 23.9. No. Monsters Inc. No.
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 I don't. It's been a very long time since I watched that.
I am
so.
Pixar trash. By Pixar trash, I don't mean like Monsters U and like the new stuff. I'm talking about like, you know, the old school Pixar.
I think my
Monsters,
first movie
Inc.
was Bug's Life.
I feel. Good movie. Good movie.
Yeah, very good movie. As
Monsters,
we see
Inc.
Wrestling Evolved, he just kind of does whatever he wants.
Up, Ratatouille.
I didn't watch a whole lot of new ones, but I mean that's kind of just me not watching a whole lot of movies, anyways.
You should watch Up. Up is the best Pixar movie, hands down.
I hear a lot of good things about it. As we see, it seems like slowly this game is being shut down here.
Yeah, it's, once again, very clinical. This time it's World Class Rise putting on the clinic as Blue Caboose tries to find his way, gets the hook down on a shot, but he pops a Lulu ultimate. And the Shen shielding is huge. Fisher Friends into the backline with the Let's Bounce. Gonna be able to stay alive for the time being. And see Red Flame evolve, dive, get on Alex Carino. Should be able to get the kill despite the fact that the Shockwave came through. Wins unstoppable, getting to go onto the thresh, looking for more. On to 1, on to 2. Trick and Caboose, the last members of their team alive, but they are able to get the kill onto the Shen. Wind stays alive through the use of the Chrono Shift. It's just AM Trick and Navy Caboose alive. No Barons, but they are having the minions.
And Colton almost has his ultimate back up again.
This might be the reverse sweep. This might be the lower bracket run. Can they make it happen? Can they make it sit? Fisher Friends, the Let's Bounce, the Polymorph, wins dominating. It's just Trick. That's going to be it. The World Class Esports Rise team will be your UJL champions.
And there we go. Wins coming in with a big performance through the series, but really, Fish Are Friends closing out game number 5 with a huge Zach game to tie it all up in a big blobby bow.
Oh my god. Fish Our Friends that last game just... There was so much... Like, we could talk about this, like, story arc within the series, right? Like, first game, he was on this Hecarim pick, and we were kind of criticizing him for not being super active around the map. Second game, opted into the Graves pick, kind of the same thing, but it was a little bit better. Third game, Rise. He was on the Zac, was making some good mid-game aggression plays, but wasn't really going super aggressive. But game 4 and game 5, just so much early aggression coming out from this world-class Rise jungler with the Skarner pick, with the Zac run back. Really well played. I loved this Zac this game. I loved watching him this game. It was really well done. But don't let that distract you from the real MVP of this series. Wins, man.
Yeah, it all started. It all started out with the Tristana play. You had the Tristana, and then you had a back-to-back Vayne games to close this series out.
The Ezreal game was really good for him too. He died once, despite the fact that they lost game 2. So, like, oh my god, Wind. So well played. World-class Rise, knocked out in the first round of playoffs, ended up having to beat the #1 seed in their division, had to beat the team that took the only game off of World-class Blank earlier this season, and World-class Rise end up taking the finals in a reverse sweep. Really well played. Congratulations, World-class Rise. You are a UJL champions. Any final thoughts before we end tonight's broadcast?
I'm just so grateful for everyone coming on out here. We had a big crowd also, of course, to everyone working the back scenes for us. Reed and Nightclaw, I know, big producers for us during the split for UJL. Also very grateful to everyone that's brought me on to these casts. And yeah. Big thank you.
Yeah. And from everyone here at Upsurge, league admins, the league staff, production crew, everyone who put on the UJL this season, my name is Finnick, joined by Frank Knight, Starpang. We will see you next season. UJL and UML, UCL playoffs coming down later this week as well. We'll see ya next season. Upsurge Esports. Drop a follow, drop a like, join the raid. Good night.
I don't know what you want. Let's have